The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Jackson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Representative Byrd,
Excused.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English is here. Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, she's there, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Representative Mabry,
Excused.
Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Representative Phillips is excused. Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota,
Excused.
Smith, Soper, Stuart K. Stuart R. Story, Representative Story,
Excused.
Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Representative Velasco,
Excused.
Weinberg, Wilford, Rep. Wilford,
Excused.
Winter, Woodrow, Representative Woodrow,
Excused.
Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 57 present, 8 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Wednesday, March 26, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, no. The one aye has it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are going to move into announcements and introductions. Announcements and introductions, members. Go ahead, Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just taken a book out of, chapter out of Brown's playbook.
Oh,
Is he here? Did he
yes, right
he
in
didn't
front
even
of
hear
you.
it?
Representative Brown is not listening.
Man. I didn't sign up for announcements, so I just took a chapter out of your book. Congratulations, members. I will be gone tomorrow. You're welcome.
So approved. Representative Clifford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will miss you tomorrow. Tomorrow is the blood drive for the American Red Cross. It's going to be across the street at SSB. If you would like for them to take some of your blood, you should have received an email with a way to sign up. Otherwise, let me know. Thanks.
Excellent. Any other announcements or introductions, members? Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Business Affairs and Labor will be meeting at 1:30 in room 112 to hear 1262, 1286, and 1249. We will not be hearing Senate Bill 37 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, seeing no other introductions or announcements, we are moving into business. One moment, Madam Majority Leader. Members, we are moving into business. I'll invite you all to take your seats. I do have one announcement. Representatives Byrd, Sirota, and Taggart will be excused at such time as needed so that the Joint Budget Committee can meet. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on March 27, 2025 at 9:15 a.m. House Bill 1130, House Bill 1239, House Bill 1248, House Bill 1112, House Bill 1301, House Bill 1294, House Bill 1031, House Bill 1096, House Bill 1244, House Bill 1082, House Bill 1080, Senate Bill 77, and Senate Bill 86.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, March 27th at 9:15 a.m. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, AML Bacon will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1130 and the Business Affairs and Labor Report.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were going to lay something on. This is your actual bill. Okay, Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1130. Get to it.
House
Okay,
Bill
sorry.
1130 by Representatives Carter and Duran, also Senator Danielson, concerning labor requirements for certain construction projects.
Okay, Madam Majority Leader, can you remove the bill? Apologies.
Absolutely, thank you. I move House Bill 1130 and the Business Affairs and Labor Report.
To the committee report.
In business, we ran a strike below amendment to narrow the bill to implement the project labor provision to ensure that state projects, like their energy sector counterparts, have the option and authorization to utilize this procurement method consistently across both types of projects. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? If there's no discussion, okay. And who would like to? Representative Richardson. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand what the sponsors are trying to get to in this bill, and I do appreciate the strike below that eliminated some of the more problematic pieces of this, but it still, I believe, needs a little bit more clarity to ensure that not only are we ensuring that we've got good contractor availability, but we're not steering contracts directly only to unionized shops. And I know that's not the intent of the bill, but I would like to offer Amendment L004 to the committee report.
Representative
and ask-
Richardson, can you move?
I would move L004 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. Members, please keep our voices down. We cannot hear up here. Thank you. L4 is it is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative
Okay.
Richardson.
Yeah, the wording in this is relatively direct, and it's intended to be. And it amends the committee report to ensure that there's a very clear understanding that nothing in this requires that there be a project labor agreement, and that this applies to those contractors that have demonstrated a verifiable record of compliance with safety and regulation in completion of prior public projects, that they've done so on time, within budget, and that they've used qualified, skilled labor to do so. Like I said, I think it's fairly direct. I would hope, very easily understandable, but the intent is to make sure that all contractors that are eligible, capable, and can do a project, a public project, can actually be considered and can bid and potentially be selected, that we're not inadvertently cutting out a portion of our workforce when public monies are being used. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Is there any discussion? Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am appreciative of the representative offering this amendment. However, it does not yes, and this is the prevailing. This is my prevailing wage bill. At this point, there is nothing that indicates you have to contract with anyone in this bill. So while I appreciate the amendment, I'm asking for a no vote because It does not interfere with anything that we're already doing. And there is no requirement that it has to be a specific subcontractor or contractor. So I'm asking for a no vote.
Is there any discussion on L4? Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
L4 fails. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, okay, thank you. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L05 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L5 is now properly displayed. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, again, is just to provide very specific clarity. I know the sponsors feel that nothing in this bill would require specifically only the use of unionized labor, but I wanted to make sure that it's crystal clear in statute that any employee that is skilled and hired by a contractor that is designated after bidding can freely work on these projects. So this bill, this amendment specifically allows non-contract or non-union employees to be able to participate in public projects. We need to be very careful when we're passing legislation that it doesn't just apply to our urbanized areas. There's a lot of very good, very skilled workers that are out in the rural and frontier portions of our state where government projects, public projects may take place where there just are not union shops and union workers. I want to make sure that they all know that they can equally compete for federal funds and work on federal or state projects, and that they're eligible for employment. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, very appreciative of my colleague. However, there's nothing in this bill that would relate to any provision saying that an individual has to have a certain type of labor. That is not what this bill is about. I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some of the best paying jobs on the Western Slope come from local companies that work for CDOT, do government contracts. The only thing we know about unions on the Western Slope is the Western Union, and that's where we go to get our money. So I think this is a good amendment, and I believe that we should vote yes.
All right, seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the House and Majority Leader, thank you for the opportunity to present this continuing legislation. As my co-prime has already explained, we passed an actual strike below in the House and Business Labor Committee that responded to the amendments and our stakeholding. The bill as amended would allow under state law an optional authority for state departments and institutions of higher education to employ a project labor agreement, or a PLA, on a public project over $1 million in total cost as defined in the committee report. This would be a very similar provision and definition of a project labor agreement that is current law for energy projects as defined in CRS 24923039. I want to be very clear about something The strike below makes it 1,000% clear in state statute that state departments and institutions have the option to use this procurement method. It is not a mandate. Once again, it is not a mandate. Case law on this matter is clear in multiple venues and levels of jurisdiction. Fundamentally, it is legal for governments to exercise an option or use a project labor agreement, but it is not legal to mandate their use. In fact, there's nothing in current law preventing the state government from employing a project labor agreement now. However, the strike below, which came about from stakeholding, adds value to the law because it defines what exactly a project labor agreement is under the law and creates that express authority under that law. This ultimately assists the state to ensure that if it chooses this method of procurement, it is legal and consistent. We have the witnesses that can offer. Well, we've already brought in our witnesses as well. I ask for and I vote on this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am, in listening to I appreciate that it's not mandatory, but I am curious here, does it create the option of preferential treatment, because constitutional preference clause prohibits any preferential treatment? Well, any preference may survive a federal establishment clause challenge if justified and closely tailored to furtherance of a compelling government interest. The preference clause in this provision flatly prohibits any preferential treatment cognizable under the Colorado Constitution. Now, usually we think in terms of religion, but it's anything that would be considered a preference. So if there is, does this allow for the state to exercise a preference in, not mandating a preference, but does it allow it to or encourage it to exercise a preference?
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Carter.
No further discussion. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. No further discussion.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have further discussion. I like further discussion. I enjoy further discussion. So I am standing here at the microphone by myself physically, but there is a whole group of folks behind me that I would like to introduce. You can't see them, but they're with me. The Associated Builders and Contractors, the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, the Colorado Counties Incorporated, otherwise known as CCI, Colorado Springs Economic Development Council, the Colorado Springs Chamber, the Denver Metro Chamber, the El Paso County, the Hispanic Contractors of Colorado, the Northern Colorado Legislative Alliance, the National Utility Contractors Association, the Colorado Contractors Association, also the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of Colorado. They're all standing here with me to oppose this. And so I would invite you to do the same, because, I mean, this is a pretty good group of folks here. They all say that they do not like this, and they are asking for you to vote no. And so I'm also going to ask you to join this esteemed group of individuals and me and vote no on this. Thank you.
Representative Brooks, just for future reference, we don't recognize imaginary friends by name. Yes, thank you very much for that. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the two amendments that I offered were not accepted because they were claimed to be not necessary by the bill sponsors, but we just had the bill sponsor come up and essentially say the entire bill is not necessary. It doesn't require PLAs. If they're used, they need to contain what's considered to be the best business practices for such documents anyway. So to legislate what should be common practice, good ideas, is unnecessary. We got enough things we need to do for the people in Colorado. We shouldn't be passing completely permissive good ideas as legislation. I would urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It wasn't really further discussion. It was a question that I had, And does this create an option for the state to create a preference? Now, I get it that it's optional, but does it allow for that creation of a preference? Because the preferential treatment would be, my understanding, would be verboten under our Constitution preference clause. So that's what I want to make sure. I want to make sure that we're not creating a bill that authorizes that, because I mean, we could end up preferencing ourselves out of workers, similar to what happened with the backflow prevention device. So that's what I want to know. Just does this allow for the state to? Does it allow for the state to preference? And if it does allow for a preference, not mandate a preference, but if it allows for a preference, how does it jive constitutionally with the preference clause?
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1130. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1130 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1239.
House Bill 1239 by Representatives Okai, also Senators Doherty and Weissman, concerning modification of remedy provisions in the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act and in connection therewith extending the deadline for filing a charge for discrimination in places of public accommodation or discriminatory advertising, and reorganizing and expanding the provisions for damages in a civil action for certain discriminatory or unfair practices.
Well done, Mr. Shebel. Before we get started, members. It was very noisy. I like it a lot better at this level. Thank you very much. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you. And she is busy. So since she's not going to say it back, I'll just move House Bill 1239 and the Appropriations Report and the Judiciary Report. First of all,
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for moving your bill to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ran an amendment in appropriations that brought the fiscal note to zero. Any additional funding that's needed can be reappropriated, and I ask for us to move the report.
Is there any further discussions on the Appropriation Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a robust discussion in Judiciary. We did run a technical amendment, as well as there was a reduction in this bill if a party is able to remedy the harm, and we expanded that reduction to not just include small businesses, but any defendant. And I ask for a favorable vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee and hearing this bill, there were just a lot of things that, as everyone knows, and when it comes to the business aspect of things, I hate when we have bills that are going after businesses and making it harder for businesses to survive, thrive, and otherwise do what they need to do to let the business owners have a livelihood and support their families. This bill, all in all, in Judiciary, we heard that it goes after the business owners. It is opening up more frivolous litigation for business owners, and we can't have that. The biggest issue I had with everything that came out of this was simply a statutory fine of $5,000 for these claims on the businesses. So there's just an automatic, well, here's a $5,000 fine for this claim. Due process is a thing. I think we need to just really recognize that we're putting businesses in a situation where they're just, no matter what they're doing and doing the right thing, I understand there might be those one or two business owners out there that just aren't willing to do the right thing, but 99% of business owners out there are trying to do the right thing, trying to do the best they can with what they have. And when we have situations arise that have the opportunity to be repaired or be corrected, there should be that, not just this outright fine of $5,000 without any ability to try and correct or remedy the situation and avoid court because, again, businesses are trying to do the right thing, not spend time in court fighting frivolous litigation. But I think the best way to at least start in this is to remove that $5,000 fine from this language of this bill. I don't think that should be a necessary item. So therefore, I move L005 to the committee report and has to be properly displayed.
L5 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you can see, this strikes that language, substitutes some language that is less damaging and less of a requirement of just really sticking it to the businesses. It removes that statutory fine option of $5,000. We don't need to be just adding as much as we can to take out businesses. We need to be taking care of businesses, and I think this is the first step in doing that in this bill. So I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Again, it feels very punitive for the $5,000 violations, and it's per person, per violation. And so if two people walk in and they feel discriminated against, that's $5,000 for each person. And then if there's 2 violations, that's $5,000 per person per violation. And again, this is just, I see as a further attacks on businesses, especially small businesses. And so there's just no need for this because there's already amounts in here for damages if they're found liable for it. So these additional $5,000 violations are fines on top of whatever a judge decides. So this is a reasonable amendment to try to not put small businesses further out of business. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Representative Soper. Oh, you know, it's a fantastic honor to serve with you. Thank you so much for being so patient and gracious.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I also rise in support of this amendment. We heard this in House Judiciary. The bill envisions $50,000 in non-economic damages as a cap, but then the aggrieved party per violation can automatically receive $5,000 in fines from the business. The problem with this is you have an unlimited number of people that potentially could be complaining about that business just for their $5,000 check. And that's not fair at all. What we really want to do is to change behavior. We want that business to comply with the Anti-Discrimination Act, to right whatever wrong there was on the property, but to then say to the business that the person who filed the lawsuit found 100 of their closest friends all for that automatic $5,000 payout is wrong. It's unjust and it's unfair. It should really be about changing behavior, not about punitive fines. And this is definitely just a punitive fine. It's one thing if it was just capped at the violation, but the fact that it can be every single person that walks through that door can make a complaint, one right after the other. And you're just rolling the meter, as it were, for the fines just being upped and upped and upped. So if we could have one amendment, this would be the one, and I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I think Colorado in general is already handling this problem, and it's just by putting all the businesses out of business, and telling everybody that you can't keep up with your energy requirements for the building, you can't keep up with the energy codes, you can't keep up with the building codes. So I think this is just going to be a redundant piece of legislation because because our majority party is already working very hard to make sure that there are no businesses left in business. So we have zoning. We have zoning requirements that say whether a business can be in business, whether that building meets habitable requirements. So why is this fine put against the business? Why is this fine not put against the government for failing to do its job in telling the company, now most likely the business is renting the building from somebody else, but where is the responsibility for the zoning authority in this case? Where is their responsibility? And when you're talking about what could be a literal busload of complaints, predatory or otherwise, $5,000 a pop, you could easily put your competitors out of business this way. So I don't understand where why do we have a zoning department, and who qualifies for this? Because there are various, I mean, certainly we would love for everything to be accessible to everybody. That's not even a question. I mean, anybody that has a decreased capacity, that's not ideal. But we can't be fining businesses for all. We have ADA compliance. That should be done through zoning. This bill opens it up to all. It opens it up to absolutely everybody for whatever disability they may have. It is all Coloradans. It doesn't matter what it is. It opens the door for them to complain. It opens the door for a $5,000 per. The only way to logically handle this stuff is just to go out of business. And this is just one more reason to not do business. So the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We've arrived at our destination.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. The issue I have with this is I live in rural Colorado with an aging infrastructure. I have tiny businesses that, with their inputs and the cost of everything, it's hard for them to survive. We have infrastructure buildings that are over 100 years old in some places, and as I see these small business owners trying to first and foremost contribute to their communities by providing services such as restaurants, hotels, and other things, they just don't have the income or the money to bring in to be able to make some of the upgrades that most of us think are needed. And as in the city, as you see new buildings coming up, I think it's a lot easier to put these types of restrictions on those buildings, even though I don't agree with them. But down where I'm from, a $5,000 fine could ruin a small business. It could, break a restaurant, which is, we already have food scarcity in House District 407. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment for the simple fact is there's more to Colorado than what's here in Denver and on the Front Range. And a lot of my small businesses, they first and foremost barely are surviving. They don't have the money to be able to make certain upgrades. And like I said before, a $5,000 fine might kill their budget enough that they might have to close their doors. And I think that I need to come up here and defend them. Thank you.
Members. I'll wait. Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good teaching moment. This is the difference between the two sides in the room. We have our side who strongly believes in ADA. We will fight for it. We'll fight for the rights of people in this context. We will work hard for people in this context. We'll work across the state for people in this context. This bill just puts businesses out of business. That's the difference in the two sides. We're fighting for the rights of the people, and in my opinion, this bill only pushes businesses out. What does charging $5,000 arbitrarily for anybody that complains, how does that help people with disabilities? How does that help them? How does that help when they can just go to business, say $5,000, cha-ching, there's my ATM. How does that help people with disabilities? Our side will always fight for people with disabilities. This does the opposite, and this is the difference between the two parties in this room. And outside this room, you need to know that's the biggest difference. I urge an aye vote for this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Speaker Pro Tem Snecker. Just kidding. Representative Sokai.
Oof.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to level set that this is a fine against parties that have been found to be discriminating. And I have heard that we want to encourage that behavior to change. I heard that repeatedly when folks were speaking about this amendment. The way that we encourage people to change that behavior and the way that we deter that behavior is by having accountability and consequences. So that would be stripped away if this amendment were to pass. The fine is also in current law, so we have not changed the mechanisms that currently exist, which is that you may receive a fine or damages. So there are already opportunities that if someone is not discriminating, that they can go to court, and if they are not found liable, they will not be paying a fine. But it is important to have accountability and consequences against bad actors. As far as concerns for vexatious litigation, we already have protections against that in law. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
All right, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down and really respond to that point that, yeah, we change behavior by punishing people through fines. But we have talked for the last number of years, certainly in House Judiciary, but as a chamber, about how we want to encourage people to do the right things, to get them on the right path, rather than coming down with the sledgehammer of the police power of the state. And that's exactly what this does. It's a sledgehammer approach. And it says $5,000 per aggrieved party per violation. What that means is that a husband and wife walks in with their 2 kids. That's 4 violations, so that's $20,000 right there. For most businesses within my district, that would bankrupt them. That would put them out of business. And that shouldn't be the point of what we're doing here. We should not be in the business of putting businesses out of business. We should be saying, you have a grace period. We're going to stay the fines until a certain behavior changes. And that's really what we should be focused on, not immediately having an automatic fine that's being drilled down.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, again, something where instead of just finding all of these ways to stick it to the businesses, there are, like I said, bad actors, but we need to not be legislating to cover an umbrella over all businesses and all potential litigation for this small percentage of bad actors. When all of the businesses that we regularly use are out there doing the right thing to support and provide for their families and their customers, and they can't even stay afloat. If they do, they have to raise costs and everything else just to cover the litigation and the other costs and fees that we're sticking to them out of this building anyway, and especially in this bill. So again, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment. We need to just at least take the most egregious parts out of this bill just to make it something palatable, to not just keep bulldozing and running over our businesses in this state. I encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. All right, Amendment 5 is lost. To the Judiciary Committee report. Is there any further discussion?
Nope.
All right, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 to 1239 and ask that it be properly displayed. Oh my goodness. I'm figuring this out. This was distributed, yes. And you should have it. I do have it.
Okay, Amendment L3 is a multi-page amendment, and it was distributed on your desks on March 25th. It's now properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is mostly technical cleanup. When we initially drafted this bill, the intent was to pull Section 802 into 602, but that had some issues with it that bled into other areas of law. This amendment is an unwind of that process. It also addresses some constitutional concerns we received over a 50% reduction of a damage cap, and instead of reducing by a percentage, it reduces the cap itself. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 passes. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Members, wanted to speak a little to the bill now that we're at that point. We are seeking some updates to the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act and really believe that we must address a crucial gap in Colorado's anti-discrimination protections, one that has left many individuals with disabilities without full access to justice. I really want to commend my co-prime, Representative Zokai, for working so diligently on this bill and her commitment to this area of law. This bill simply focuses on discrimination in places of public accommodation. Examples of this type of discrimination include not providing accessible parking or entrances or refusing services to someone based on their race or disability. CADA, as you might be aware, allows people to file a charge of discrimination with the Colorado Civil Rights Division if they believe they have been treated unfairly. To give just a little bit of background on why this is important now, in 2022, Cummings versus Premier Rehab Keller PLLC stripped the ability of people with disabilities to recover non-economic damages through federal court, and there is currently no mechanism for them to receive those damages through the state court. Plus, for many plaintiffs, the higher fees required to file in federal court made this mode of relief inaccessible. Partially in response to this decision, we established a task force to examine the rights of Coloradans with disabilities, and that task force formed a subcommittee focused on updating the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act to safeguard rights that have begun to be rolled back at the federal level. A central task of that committee was restoring the right of Coloradans with disabilities to receive non-economic damages in disability discrimination claims. It is my belief that for too long, Coloradans with disabilities have faced barriers in public accommodations, whether in business, housing, or services, and yet the law has not fully recognized the real harm these discriminatory actions can cause. 1239, if passed, would represent the largest expansion of CADA enforcement rights since it was passed nearly 70 years ago. As federal civil rights laws are being eroded across the board, this bill provides crucial recourse for protected classes who may be subject to discrimination. In my mind, this bill is simply about fairness, accountability, and ensuring that when discrimination occurs, individuals have a real path to justice. We ask for your support.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime for laying out the background and the urgent need for this bill. Colleagues, today we have an opportunity to make a commitment to every Coloradan that they will have access to full protections of our anti-discrimination laws. This bill strengthens the very foundation of those laws and ensures that those who suffer real harm can receive real remedies. As my co-prime mentioned, individuals with disabilities who experience discrimination currently cannot recover damages for the full extent of their harm due to the Cummings decision. This bill is focused on discrimination in places of public accommodation. When we design our communities and workplaces and public spaces with accessibility in mind, we're not just supporting people with disabilities, we are creating a society that works for everyone, regardless of their ability or stage of life. But when we fail to design our communities to work for everyone and people are harmed, people deserve a real recourse that truly makes them whole. For me, this bill is personal. 2 years ago, my sister was unexpectedly diagnosed with MS. What started as numbness down her arm spread down her leg, and after endless doctor's appointments and painful tests, She found out that her immune system was attacking her brain and spinal cord. And after 28 years of living her life, she knew that everything was going to drastically change and that she would have to live with this disease forever. And you may not know that she needs an accommodation by looking at her. And in my advocacy in this space, I have found that we talk about this community as if it's one that we can't all join, as if each of us are not one accident or diagnosis away from living with a disability, as if we won't all need special accommodations as we age. This bill also does apply to all protected classes. So this would provide recourse if an entity is refusing service to someone based on their gender identity or race. In northern Colorado, where I represent, I have constituents who grew up around signs that said no Mexicans or dogs allowed. And for too long, our laws have not recognized the real harm that these discriminatory actions cause. And this bill fixes that. It increases the statutory fine, and it makes it possible for plaintiffs in a protected class to receive actual damages and non-economic damages, things like emotional distress and pain and suffering. This is crucial, as folks who are faced with discrimination typically do not have economic damages, and because these rights were lost federally. As those rights are being eroded across the board, we have a chance today to provide crucial recourse for a protected class when they face discrimination. At its core, this bill is about making sure bad actors are held accountable. It marks the largest expansion of our Anti-Discrimination Act in 70 years, and I am very proud to give this body the opportunity to make that commitment to every Coloradan that if they are wronged, we have provided a pathway to justice. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well, Representative.
It's an honor to be over here as compared to being locked up in the JBC for the last 6 months.
Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, true, true. I move Amendment L010 to House Bill 1239 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, the amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to start by saying those of us that run businesses, and I did it for a very, very long time, we care deeply about our employees, and we care deeply about our customers. In fact, we're not in business. Those are the two most important assets that we have in a business: our employees and our customers. But we also have to face the fact that we have many facilities, in some cases across the states, including Colorado, that may not be totally ADA compliant because they were built long before that period of time. And until we run into a situation with an individual that is disabled, whether it's an employee or whether it's a customer, we may not be aware of the situation. All we have to do is look around this room, in this building. Is this building ADA compliant? No. Did we have a fall last week or the week before such that we now have orange tape? That's an indication that we were concerned. I know when Daniel was here last year, we had this conversation quite a bit. Representative Ortiz, I just ask that we treat owners and leaders of business with the same level of respect that we treat people that are disabled. And thus, this amendment is very simple: to allow a violation before it goes into legal action, that the owner of the business have the opportunity to cure it within a period. I understand if they choose not to do it, they're also assuming a liability that they probably don't want. But I know I speak for other CEOs and owners when I say, if we did something wrong, give us the opportunity to correct it before you take it on into legal action. And if we don't cure it, again, that individual has every right to come after us. But let's give our owners and leaders the same level of respect that we give our disabled people. Thank you. I ask you to vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very common sense amendment. There is a lot of people, especially in the rural areas, that don't realize that they are not compliant. And this is a common sense solution amendment that needs to be passed. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good amendment. This is a needed amendment. This is an amendment that will hopefully keep us from having to come back and fix this bill next year or over the summer with some crisis management team. Again. The sponsor said, as we design a society, if you go downtown in a lot of these older areas, they were not designed in that. They were put up in accordance with the zoning that was required of them at the time, of the building codes that were required of them at the time. And you have things like some very popular places in, say, like New York City. You might have to go down a flight of stairs to get to the restaurant, because that's the only place that entrepreneur can afford to go. And they don't have multiple staircases. They have an entrance maybe in the back for deliveries, also probably downstairs. Now, it was pointed out that this room, ADA compliant, but we've got stairs up the middle. These are not ramps. We've got a ramp on the side. We've got ramp up here partially on the side. Doesn't go all the way up, but we have 2 exits. And we have an advantage for that. But this entire place is not accessible to everybody. You would have to build everything on a single level. And we have businesses that have gone into business, they've gone through the city and they've said, am I zoned for this? And the city has said, yes, you're zoned for it, you are compliant, and you meet the requirements. And then somebody can come, literally a busload of people could come, and they could file a complaint. They could file a complaint. And the owner needs time to be able to cure this, to be able to find out. And now all of this should be done in advance. This should be done in advance by, say, getting your zoning requirements with the city. So now the city is leaving this is basically telling the city that anybody that wants to do business in Colorado, that you will have to jump through all of these hoops. We are the 6th most regulated state. You're going to have to jump through all of these hoops. And guess what you're covered by? Nothing. You're covered by nothing, because if somebody shows up at your door and says they feel discriminated against, ka-ching, $5,000. And this will, again, level the playing field by getting rid of all these businesses. If you wanted to do something where everybody has access to whatever they want, you create a booming economy instead of choking it out, instead of crushing the face with the boot of regulation. That's how you create accessibility. You create options for people. And what you've done with the economy here is you have fouled it up beyond anything recognizable, and now you want to impose the fallout of bad decisions, of bad legislation. You impose it on the businesses. And every time you take a layer, you take one more layer of business out of Colorado. You already have, say, a lot of these public accommodations are restaurants. You already have.
Come on, Reptograph. You got this.
It's getting loud in here. So take it off
No,
the
no,
floor.
no. Let's not go down that road.
I just wanted to say that. I said loud in here.
I actually think
Loud.
it's more quiet than it normally is.
I feel discriminated against.
Oh, boy. Are we going to talk about the bill? Come on.
I am, Madam Speaker, and I think you
Oh,
owe me
I love
$5,000.
that.
Madam Chair, my apologies to Madam Speaker. But you do owe me $5,000 because I do feel discriminated against and emotional harm. I am very fragile. I feel very damaged.
To the bill.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words.
I meant
And
the
now
amendment.
I've been denied to speak on the amendment, and I've been told to speak to the bill. That's another $5,000. I'm making money today.
We're getting a little loose with this. All right, let's talk about the amendment.
The amendment, Madam Chair. Businesses need time. They also need to be able to trust their government. They should be an owner of an establishment who, and now trusting your government, that's just a bad idea in general, but the owner should be able to go, and now the owner, you also have the business establishment probably renting. A lot of these places are just riding out their rental until they can get out of business because Colorado is creating a business environment, an anti-business environment. This is just another layer. Yes, we want to be able to have everybody to be able to have accommodations to whatever they want. We want everybody to be able to roll up to whatever house they want and be able to say hi at the front door. Yes, we would all love that. That would be fantastic. Instead of solving the problem, what you're doing is you're requiring somebody else to solve the problem. And then you're fining them for it. The only way that businesses are going to be able to comply with this sort of thing is to stop being in business. If you want to have lots of options for people, you create a booming economy. Everything about this room this year is choking off the economy, and then you want to punish the business owners for not being accomplished. So
Let's talk about the amendment.
we are talking about the amendment, Madam Chair, because the owners need time. They need time to be able to talk to the zoning commission. Are they in compliance with the zoning or the code enforcement that they were told that they were in compliance with when they opened up business? How do they deal with this stuff if they don't have the time to deal with it? So I think a big piece that's missing here is the accountability of the government. Of the government agencies that have said to these businesses, yes, you meet the requirements for this city, this municipality to be in business. They should be able, the business owners should be able to make that appeal and find out why the municipality left them hanging and exposed and vulnerable in a highly litigated space. And it even says in here, it talks about to avoid this push to litigation. The sponsors at least recognize that this bill is designed to push towards litigation. So yes, not just because my colleague is a snappy dresser and a man of brilliant intellect, but I think this is a needed amendment to protect the businesses of Colorado.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in favor of this amendment. This is exactly what we've been talking about for a while, that a business needs time to be able to rectify the situation that may be creating the harm for a person. But the other thing we talk about in anti-discrimination law is a reasonable accommodation. And oftentimes, whether it's the business or the organization that's in charge of the entity, they will be able to offer some sort of a reasonable accommodation ahead of time to an individual who has a disability, who's covered by the ADA. And this amendment supports that. But if we go back to the underlying bill, where we say that you can just waltz in, make a complaint, and then you get your $5,000 check immediately, and then can potentially have that expand up to $50,000, it's just unconscionable. And as a small business, that could bankrupt you. The other thing I will point out is all of us represent districts of 90,000 people, more or less. Small business is the backbone of Colorado's business. And we need to be able to sorry, a bit distracted. And we need to be able to actually focus on that. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just noticing my colleague over here off to the side really having to stretch up to use that desk, that writing desk, and I'm just wondering if that would be something that we have to do, because if that would be non-compliant with a disability by having to reach up so high to write something down. So is that something that we're going to have to amend here as well, or? Just wondering where the limitation is in this bill.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question, oh, you're going to come and answer. All right, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If my colleague is part of a protected class, then this bill would apply. So we can chat about discrimination based off of a protected class. And I don't think height is a protected class. Yeah. So I am urging a no vote on this amendment. There is an administrative process that is already required before somebody may go to court. And folks do request access. And if they are then denied that access and facing discrimination and not able to enter a space, we do need to make that person whole. I also would like to just respond to the claim that this bill is encouraging lawsuits. The harm and the discrimination is what encourages lawsuits. This is a remedy so that someone can be made whole once they are discriminated against and once they have been harmed. Again, this is if somebody is discriminated off of a protected class. It is not just if somebody's feelings are hurt, and it already is difficult to bring these cases forward. Folks do try to work through solutions, and when that is not possible, we need to be able to have accountability. This bill also already has a reduction in place if a business cures the violation. So because we have already accounted for the concerns that I believe came up, I urge a no vote on this amendment.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 10 is lost. Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So other issues, there are plenty, so stand by. But the other issue, one other issue I had was the cap on non-economic damages. I think a big thing we see is that a lot of these anti-business bills that come through are something with damages that are emotional or otherwise something non-economic, where it's simply emotional, or you have your something offends you, you can make a litigation for it. There's a cap of $50,000 for these damages that somebody can take that aren't any kind of, there was no economic impact on them. There was no physical injury or anything like that. It's these emotional damages that somebody can take for $50,000, I think, is wildly excessive. And we already have these things where every claim, every single violation that somebody wants to list comes with its own magical boxed up and wrapped $5,000 fine. We're doing all this stuff. This isn't the only bill. There are many of these like this to pad the pockets of the trial lawyers. We have to stop doing this to kill our businesses in order to do that. We need to come up with some sort of agreement here, some sort of ability to compromise on where these caps are, where do we stop doing everything that we can to dismantle and completely shut down our businesses and small businesses in Colorado. And I think one way to do that would be simply to reduce those damages that somebody can claim of emotional damages, non-economic damages that are in the bill capped at $50,000, reducing that to $10,000. So I move L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment 6 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So here we are, just a simple amendment, maybe not ruin our businesses to the fullest degree, that still kill small businesses, but the larger businesses that might be able to survive the frivolous litigation like this and having those claims for emotional damages that somebody can claim any way they want to $10,000 from $50,000. I think this is a simple ask. This isn't something that we're just removing the cap altogether and making it a zero. I don't think that when we live in a culture today where people are offended by something or people have their feelings hurt by something and think that they need to do everything they can to ruin a business, that's a culture that we have today. We all know there's a name associated with that, the Karen culture, but we need to stop giving people the tools that they get in all of these bills to simply go after businesses in every way possible. This is a simple compromise. We can still get those people some level of emotional and non-economic damages in the frame and form of $10,000 versus $50,000. So I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It is very reasonable. You know, we in committee on this bill, we kept hearing this term, you know, we need to make someone whole for non-economic damages. And I don't like that term, make someone whole, because what is that? If I have emotional damage because I feel I was discriminated against, is it worth $50,000 to me? I mean, I'm gonna say it is if I'm the one filing the lawsuit. But the amount of damage that puts on the business, plus we still have these $5,000 violations, these fees or fines, whatever you want to call them, on top of that. And so, again, lowering the cap from $50,000 to $10,000, that's fair. If it's a legitimate cause, somebody was legitimately discriminated against, and not inadvertently, which may be the case, we're crushing our small businesses. $50,000 if you're a small business can be life or death for your business. And again, we're talking about non-economic damages. So we're talking about your emotional damage. $50,000 because you feel discriminated against, you got your feelings hurt, that is extremely unreasonable. Plus, again, we still have these other $5,000 per person per violation on top of that. We have to quit squeezing our small businesses. I mean, the lawyers are the ones who went on this. Lower it down to $10,000, make it more reasonable.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a really easy way to get around this, because the market will find a way to get around this. Of course, would be just to declare everything clubs and make everything into private ownerships. I've seen that done in travels around the country, and that doesn't actually increase the options and the availability to people. That just limits it further, and it creates a so it's probably not the direction that we're going to want to go, but it is the direction that I would think, because what we're looking at is we've had 2 bills already this year that ostensibly were to save the restaurant industry. We know that the restaurant industry has, and this is public accommodations, this whole bill is about public accommodations. The biggest people regarding public accommodations would probably be your restaurant, your hospitality, and your optional economies, the economies that are well downstream from your fundamental economies, your foundational economies like ag and oil and manufacturing, those that are under assault daily. Now it was mentioned several times that the typical model was about 30, 30, 30, and 10 or something like that. And now the manufacturing, the manpower aspect, the labor aspect of these places has gone up to 30 or 50. So they're already in shaker, an aviation term, that they're already in, it's called stick shaker. You're about ready to stall, and you're about...
I'm giving you a little latitude here, but we're going to talk about the amendment.
We are talking about the
Okay.
amendment, Madam Chair,
Great.
but I do appreciate your attentiveness. But now we're adding on these fines. We're adding on fines that could possibly, we're adding on potential fines for businesses that right now are just hoping that the economy will turn around with this new administration, that the economy will turn around and they will be able to stay in business and keep their employees employed. And now you're telling them that as soon as this is signed into effect, you're telling them that they could be walloped with a $50,000 fine right off the bat. And I think there's probably the businesses that are just in business that are just hanging out their lease. At some point, they just are going to say, "Uncle," and they're just going to say, "Everybody pack up and go home. I can't be losing thousands of dollars a month trying to keep my head above water and then put myself at risk." This bill does not even address why they would be out of compliance if they were given an operability or if they were giving a certificate of occupancy. It doesn't address that. It doesn't address it. It just says you can do everything right in this most regulated and litigious state in the country, and you will still be left hung out to dry if somebody decides, and it might be legitimate, no question there. It might be just a member of the recreationally or professionally offended. We don't know. But every single lawsuit that comes up from this is going to cost that restaurant money. It's not just a matter of if they're found guilty that they'll have this. We've heard all this with these lawsuits, that a lawsuit is going to cost thousands of dollars just to even address it, just to even think about addressing it, just to retain a lawyer to start the process of trying to save that $50,000. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways around this, or there are several ways around this. Primarily is going out of business, but one that might allow businesses to make the bet to stay in business just a little bit longer instead of just waiting to see the ink dry on this paper is to lower it to 10 and make it something that maybe they think that they could weather the storm if that sort of thing happened. But $50,000, I would imagine there's a lot of businesses that are going to go out, and strangely enough, businesses that are out of business, they discriminate against everybody. Nobody goes into a business that's out of business. So it doesn't really matter what it's about. So I recommend an aye vote on this and then a no vote on the bill.
Representative Zokai.
You are much taller than me. class is that? Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let's just clarify that it is a fine or it's damages, not both. But I want us to just discuss the notion that pain and suffering and emotional distress damages are just hurt feelings. That is not only a cruel statement, it ignores the profound and lasting impact of emotional trauma. These damages have to be proven in court. If somebody is making a claim that is insignificant and is not real, they would not be awarded those damages. We have set a $50,000 limit, but let me take this opportunity to tell you how I feel about any limit at all. Damage caps strip powers from juries, they silence victims, they protect bad actors. They say that no matter how much you are harmed, we are going to set an arbitrary limit. That if this amendment were to pass, was harmed $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and those damages were proven and awarded by a jury, that we are going to limit it to 10. And we're not going to make that person whole. This arbitrary limitation would deny people their day in court. It would disproportionately impact our most vulnerable. I conceded and allowed for a $50,000 limitation in order to hear out concerns from the business community. But if we want to go back on that, I am happy to discuss what that limit should be, because for me, it is not our job to be setting a limit. It is a jury's job to determine what that person was harmed and how to make them whole. This amendment would devalue the real and proven pain of victims. And it denies the fact that emotional trauma can be profoundly life-altering. I ask for a no vote because I believe a cap like this would deny true justice.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I needed to respond to a comment about cruel, otherwise language and cruel accusations of something being frivolous or otherwise claims that are hurt feelings and things like that. As a small business owner and as a person that's worked on disability, I have had people and I have heard from people in disability claims through military and otherwise that speak to an attorney that protects people in disability claims, saying as long as you use these words, your claim will be substantiated, your claim will be awarded. So that, in my mind, is what's cruel. That's a way for you to be able to twist words through an attorney that protects people in these disability claims, and twisting your words to say, I suffered this because this happened, when it was amounting to something frivolous that is turned into something substantiated by legal claims, by what is given or guided through an attorney that covers people in these claims. So cruel is shutting down the businesses based on somebody that had a bad experience in that business or associated with that business. And that is unacceptable, that is cruel, and that is why you need to vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think anybody, at least from my side, wants to minimize people who are legitimately afflicted by being discriminated against. There are reasons we put caps on things like this. Again, we're talking about non-economic damages. We are talking about emotions, we are talking about hurt feelings, and $50,000 is now going to be the baseline. And, you know, I predict that maybe in a year or two, we may be seeing a bill that says, we need to raise this to $100,000, $150,000. Again, we're talking about small businesses here that are going to be affected by this, when it's very likely that any discrimination that they maybe did against somebody who's disabled because maybe they weren't ADA compliant because they have a 100-year-old building, maybe it was unintentional. And now we're talking about the baseline being $50,000. That's where we're starting. And we all know it only goes up from here. And so I think starting at the baseline of $10,000 for, again, non-economic damages is very reasonable. And if it turns out a year or two from now that it needs to be raised up, then maybe that's what we do. But starting as a baseline of $50,000 feels very unreasonable. So please vote aye on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
I think being too tall should be a protected class. So, all right. This amendment actually gives a good reason to vote against the entire bill because, as you heard, this bill would just be more of a open door to the escalation in going towards infinite limits, no limits whatsoever. And also the notion that the sponsor gave that businesses create victims. So somebody going into business then finds out that the state might declare that their going into business has created a victim after they've done everything that the state told them to do, after they've complied with all of the regulations of the 6th most regulated state in the union. Then they can have the state back up somebody's claim that they've made them a victim. So the state, where could the state deal with this? The state could deal with this in terms of zoning and code. And you could say that the only buildings that can be restaurants from now on or a place of public accommodation have a 0-grade entry, smooth flow throughout, 30-inch doors, whatever you want to have. That would be the code. And then everybody would know in advance. But this type of bill just makes it a gamble for anybody to do anything in the state of Colorado. And so I think the solution is easy. Now, I think some of these places will just probably go to clubs. They'll become clubs, speakeasies. You get a card, buy a card at the door, you become a club member. That's probably the only way. But I think it's important to listen to the sponsor, and when somebody tells you their plan, I think you ought to listen to the plan. We're talking about 0 limits on future upgrades to this bill. And we're talking about the idea that going into business in Colorado is considered creating victims. And I think that's a chilling effect. So I think we ought to downgrade this. We need to, for some of these businesses, a $100 fine is going to be significant. $10,000 is going to be exorbitant, and $50,000 is just going to put them out of business before they even have to deal with it. So I don't know if this bill goes through. I would expect restaurants all over the state to just pack it up.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get this on record. I don't track because when we talk about this, we're willing to raise the cap, but when we talk about bail and things like that, it's always that $100 could break somebody. So I'm just trying to track the logic. Thank you. I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 6 is lost. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I chose not to really comment on the last debate, which was on the amendment of lowering the cap from $50,000 for non-economic damages to $10,000, mainly because I wanted to talk to where the bill is overall. Right now, the way I see the bill, it's a workaround to Cummings against Premier Rehab, which was a Supreme Court case held before the U.S. Supreme Court in 2021. And the reason why this is a workaround is the United States Supreme Court held that emotional distress damages, which are your subjective, non-monetary, non-economic damages, are not recoverable in private actions to enforce either the Rehabilitation Act in 1973 or under the Affordable Care Act. This case is really important for us to be able to look at for why this bill is even here today. So Jane Cummings, who is deaf and legally blind, sought physical therapy services from Premier Rehab and asked Premier Rehab to provide an American Sign Language interpreter at her sessions. Premier Rehab declined to do so, telling Cummings that the therapist could communicate with her through other means. Cummings later filed a lawsuit seeking damages and other relief against Premier Rehab, alleging its failure to provide an ALS interpreter constituted discrimination on the basis of disability in violation of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the Affordable Care Act. Premier Rehab is subject to these statutes, which apply to these entities that receive federal financial assistance. Because it receives reimbursement through Medicaid and Medicare for the provisions of these services, the district court determined that the only compensable injuries alleged caused by Premier Rehab were emotional in nature. It held that damages for emotional harm are not recoverable in private actions brought to enforce this statute. It was then appealed to the Fifth Circuit and later to the United States Supreme Court, which upheld that non-economic damages would not be available in these types of cases. The reason why this is important here is the bill that we're contemplating before us actually seeks to undo what the United States Supreme Court ruled on and weighed in on 4 years ago. That in these types of cases, non-economic damages would not be recoverable. I know it may sound pithy, and I know the sponsor responded to that earlier to say that, you know, it's someone's feelings that are hurt. But the reality is you want to change behavior. You don't want to necessarily punish the business or the nonprofit that is engaging here. That's why I move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L12 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L011 as a substitute amendment. And ask that it also be properly displayed.
Just making this really fun. All right, give us just a second. All right, the substitute amendment L011 is now properly displayed. Please continue, or please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is quite simple. It requires the plaintiff to notify the defendant of a forthcoming lawsuit at least 60 days prior to filing summons and complaint to allow the defendant to take corrective action. As I just read, against the Cummings against Premier case from 2021, non-economic damages are not recoverable. If we're not going to be able to side with what the federal Supreme Court has weighed in on this case, then we at least need to give ample time for the defendant to take corrective action and to change. So if this was applied under the Cummings case, what would actually happen is they would have had, say, 60 days to provide an ALS interpreter or risk moving on to a lawsuit where they would have, contemplating the bill having passed, be liable to up to $50,000 in non-economic damages. Obviously, they may have made a different decision if we are applying the facts from the Cummings case to the bill, assuming the bill passes. With this amendment, it would at least allow them the time and the opportunity to consider whether they would take a different course of action. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. Again, we need to incentivize these things not going to trial and giving businesses every opportunity to cure the problem first instead of going to trial first, or lawsuit, bunch of fees for the lawyers, and then you're trying to cure it after the fact. So let's give our small businesses the opportunity to fix this problem before we get all the lawyers involved and start costing the businesses money, because even if it's found that they were not discriminating, thousands and thousands in fees, of lawyer fees, is still hurting the small businesses. All right, so this makes sense. Let's try to cut the lawyers out as much as possible and cut the fees out for the small businesses. We're the 6th most regulated state in the country right now, and this is not helping us. After this, we may be number 5, who knows? Support it.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too am in support of this amendment. It's actually a pretty good amendment. It shows as legislators, our support for our small businesses, businesses across Colorado. It shows that you're not actually trying to pass or put forth a gotcha bill that is actually meant to get businesses in trouble or cause them undue financial distress. And it also shows that your willingness to work on both sides of the aisle, as we many times mention, that is very important to do. Sometimes I see amendments come up here and they're not even paid attention to. No one listens to it. It's just said no because egos get in the way. Let's put all that away. Let's actually look at this amendment as what it is. And it's actually just in support of businesses across Colorado who are hurting every single day. We have to do something that helps them. And if you're going to push through this bill, at least give businesses the grace that they deserve and allow them to have the time to fix whatever they need to fix if they are in any type of unintended violation. Things happen, and this shows that we understand that, and we're going to give them the grace that they deserve. I think this is a very good amendment, and I really hope the bill sponsor is reading it and will take it into consideration and support it, because it does show that we support our businesses. Let's do it. Thanks.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague for the amendment. I think the intent is good. I want to acknowledge that up front. However, the outcome, I think, isn't desirable in terms of recognizing that even giving the 60 days or to the underlying amendment, which this was substituted for, 30 days, the harm can already be done, meaning we're not just talking about, like, although it would apply if it were an instance of a ramp not being provided, but back to my colleague's initial remarks about, signage saying these folks are not welcome here. That harm has already been done. And so an intent to cure doesn't recognize the fact that that harm is real, it impacts folks, and ultimately I would suggest is actually not good for business. So one of the ways that we support businesses is making sure that those businesses are open and accessible to everybody, and should there be an instance that causes harm to someone, that there's meaningful recourse for the consumer in those instances. I would also say that the bill already accomplishes much of what I think the intent is here by allowing for a reduction if they do cure those instances. However, we must acknowledge up front that certain actions cause harm in a way that are meaningful and real, and ultimately there needs to be accountability for those things. We would ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate my colleague's remarks, but I will just respectfully disagree that having the ability to cure is incredibly important. I even look at, for example, here in Denver, if you were to get a parking ticket, you can actually cure that before your car is then towed. And that's important that you're able to take corrective action before then the sledgehammer comes falling down. And really what we're talking about here is not necessarily a sign on a door saying you're not welcome here. That's not at all what we're saying. We're just saying that before summons and complaint is served on the defendant, that the plaintiff needs to inform the potential defendant of a forthcoming lawsuit, that they have the opportunity within 60 days or 30 days on the underlying amendment to take corrective action to cure the harm that the that the plaintiff is alleging. That's all we're asking. It's not like we're asking for moving mountains. What we're saying here is that there needs to be that opportunity. And that lawsuit can still come, even though I've argued that the non-economic damages undermines a federal Supreme Court case. Give the business or the nonprofit the opportunity to cure before we come in with the sledgehammer that is likely to bankrupt that particular entity. That's all we're asking. I would see this as more grace. I would see this as that opportunity to say, we really want to see people getting along. We really shouldn't be encouraging lawsuits. To see people utilizing the state courts for their grievances. If we can have this settled out of court to where that entity can actually take steps to cure and to rectify something that they probably didn't even know they were doing that was wrong, then everyone is better off. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I absolutely agree with my colleague. You know, you must really, for heaven's sakes, you must feel horribly about businesses in Colorado to think that they are out to get people. They are not out to get anyone. The businesses are in business to stay in business, to have customers come, no matter who they are, no matter what they are. You know, and there are things that happen. If there's any harm done, I would guess that it's 99.9% chance that it is unintentional. No one wants to hurt or harm anyone. I believe our businesses in Colorado have absolutely good intentions for everybody. This amendment allows them to be able to correct something that they may have not even known was a violation. We have so many regulations on businesses here in Colorado. They don't even know which way to turn. They don't know what is up, what is down, what is left, what is right. They have no idea. There's so many, and that's the number one complaint that I had from my constituents, small business constituents, that were like, we just don't even know how many, there's so many laws, we don't know what to follow. There's just so many, and it's so confusing for especially new business owners, people going into business for the first time, and you're gonna slap them with fees and fines and court case. I mean, come on. We need to do better by our businesses in Colorado, and believe me, no one wants to do any harm to anyone else, but they need the grace that they have. If you're gonna sit there and regulate the you-know-what out of them, then you need to give them some sort of a grace to correct actions that they did not intend to begin with. So this is a really good amendment, and I really hope that the bill sponsor is paying attention and that she'll actually consider this, and this is her bill. And I believe she has good intentions as well, and I'm really hoping that you guys also have good intentions for small businesses. And by gosh, let's do good, smart legislation. They're suffering as it is already. Let's not put more undue burden on them. Let them correct things that, like I said, they may not even knew that they had done. So please, vote yes on this amendment. It's a very good amendment. Again, put away your egos. Yes, we want to make a change. Sometimes change is good. Let's get her done. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L11 is lost. To Amendment L12. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since 60 days was not sufficient, let's move down to 30 days. 30 days is definitely a reasonable amount of time to be able to have as an opportunity to cure whatever deficiency there might be with the business or the nonprofit before a lawsuit commences. This is important. We do this in other areas of law to allow individuals an opportunity to rectify the situation before legal action is taken. And this really does replicate that as well. For some things, you may not be able to get a cure done in 30 days. I mean, I will admit that. If you have to build, for example, a wheelchair ramp that has to be made out of concrete, it could be that securing a contractor and then getting the relevant building permits from the local municipal jurisdiction. Could take you a lot longer than 30 days, but at least you'd be able to show good faith that you're commencing and you're trying to change the situation that brought about the initial complaint to begin with. I will say for others, like going back to the Cummings case, certainly this is something that could be dealt with and rectified within 30 days. I mean, the Supreme Court has already said that non-economic damages are not available in these types of cases. We're changing that with this bill. And before we put the possibility of up to $50,000 on the table of non-economic losses, give that entity the opportunity to resolve the complaints against them. That's all we're asking. It's a very simple ask, and I hope you'll consider this.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you to my colleague. For the same reason we objected to the previous amendment, I'll respectfully ask for a no vote here as well.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor, I'm sorry? Oh, well, that was nice. All right. A request for division has been called. We're going to stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 12. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment 12, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Drum roll, please. Come on. Yes. Oh, I love this. All right. Amendment L12 is lost. We have to have a little fun. To the bill. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So another issue, with all the things, again, that are applying to these businesses that we're giving it to, the one thing that we can do is at least put a statute of limitations on there. There's nothing in the bill that declares any statute of limitations of how far out somebody can claim one of these violations of discrimination. So if we're at least going to be reasonable with it, I think the one thing that we can do, being reasonable and not giving it to the business altogether, like this bill definitely doing, we need to put a statute of limitations on there. And I think the most common and the most reasonable statute of limitations is within 1 year of the violation. So I move L008 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Amendment 8 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can continue, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment does exactly what I stated. It just simply would add in a statute of limitations for the jurisdiction within 1 year of the violation. I think this is the most reasonable thing we can do instead of just completely giving it to the business and putting our businesses out of Colorado, otherwise just chasing everyone out of Colorado, chasing our businesses, chasing our corporations and their branches, chasing our franchises. We are the 6th most regulated state. We are, for whatever reason, seeming to want to compete for number 1 for most regulated states in the United States of America. Let's not get there. Let's move in the opposite direction of most regulated states and vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to point out that there is already a 2-year statute of limitations that is a default and is within the broader Anti-Discrimination Act. I would request a no vote to limit that 2-year statute down to 1 year. If you think about somebody who has been harmed and needs time to process that trauma and realize if they even have a claim, to seek an attorney and build their case, limiting it to 1 year is just silencing survivors. And I also want us to consider that folks who are going through all of that process could also be navigating life with a disability, could be working multiple jobs, could have English as a second language, and I think that this is an unnecessary barrier to place on people who are trying to be made whole, and I request a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment 8 is lost. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I see these bills. This is the 3rd year seeing these bills come forward. Every time we see these bills come forward, going after businesses, doing everything we can to give anybody, I understand there are people that are legitimately discriminated against. I have disability. I understand. I know that there is a level of discrimination out there, but I've never had that. The percentage of people that have that legitimately, very minimal. This is a broad, huge, broad brush that we're using on something that is a minuscule problem. And we are definitely punishing our businesses by doing bills like this, but especially in this bill, all in an effort to raise up one entity that is on the one side of this bill, and that's the attorneys that represent those clients. They're getting a retainer fee. So, of course, this is going to be something that simply is helping those attorneys and not helping our businesses, doing the opposite for our businesses, shutting our businesses down, pushing them out of Colorado. Otherwise, putting so much strain on them financially that they just cannot survive. They can't provide for their families. They move to a state where they can, that honors them in doing their business legitimately, not punishing them, and giving more people opportunities to punish them for doing the right thing and somebody taking something the wrong way. So in doing what I think this bill is doing, I think we need to name it for what it is. I move L13 and ask to be properly displayed.
Amendment L13 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, we've seen this before. Another bill that shows our love for our trial lawyers. This is one of those bills that just needs to be named for what it is. It's the I Heart Trial Lawyers Bill, or Act 2.0. So if we're going to be doing what we're doing with this bill and not accepting anything to compromise with our businesses, and we're just helping those trial lawyers, those attorneys that represent disability clients, I encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, on face value, an incredible statement when you consider the folks who stand on the other side of this proposition being folks with disabilities who have been discriminated against in real ways. And so I would suggest that making sure that our businesses are accessible, open to all people is actually a really good strategy for business in Colorado. That is something that we should stand behind. To suggest, and actually I won't even say suggest, to insinuate that this is about putting money in trial lawyers' pockets is offensive, it's misleading, and could not be further from the truth, and I'd ask for a title ruling.
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit within the title. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Just making sure we're speaking on the bill. All right. Businesses are having a hard time staying in business. The sponsor just made the point that that businesses staying open is a good thing for Colorado. Nobody on my side is trying to make businesses inaccessible. To insinuate that is offensive in and of itself. But businesses cannot accommodate anybody when they are out of business. This is one of these spaces, again, where we are the 6th most regulated state, if not the first. I don't know. I mean, I think that 6th most regulated state is probably about a week old, so we might have become number 1 by now. We've been here for a week. Couple weeks. I don't know when that stat was taken, but I'm sure we're on our way to number 1. Go Colorado. And putting these businesses out of business is not good for business. It's not good for the tax base. If you want to have accessibility for more people, then your best bet is to have a thriving economy, not one that has had the face stomped out of it by the boot of government. Yes, that is an Orwellian allusion to socialism. It's not the intent of the bill. Yeah, we all would love for all businesses to be accessible to absolutely everybody. But the only way to have that level of equity is to have no business in Colorado. And then the equity of socialism is always less or none for everybody. No, that is not what we want. We do not want that. We want everybody to be able to have the max extent of accessibility they can. You do that by unregulating business, by taking the boot off the face of business and letting it breathe, and allowing these businesses to stay in business so that they can accommodate. So some might be down. Lived in New York City for a year, and there's lots of places you walk by, and it's down one flight of stairs inside of and there's a little speakeasy kind of place there. This guy, I don't know how something would stay open with this, because somebody would just say, well, I can sue. They can't possibly make themselves compliant, to whatever level this opens it up to, because it says all Coloradans. All Coloradans, there's 6 million Coloradans, and some have bad hips, some have bad knees. Can they go downstairs? Some need a wheelchair. All Coloradans. So I don't know how anybody stays in business in Colorado, but I think we would have a higher level of accommodation if businesses do stay in business in Colorado. You would also have more tax base in Colorado, but then you wouldn't have to wage war against Tabor to be able to raise taxes anytime. You could just have a strong business community. So vote no on this bill. Try to keep some businesses in Colorado and stop giving the business to force them out of business.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo what my colleagues have said, and I haven't come down here. I'm a small business owner, and the amount of regulations that we're putting on small businesses just continues. 6th most regulated state. Just an article yesterday, 24% of our restaurants are closing in this state, and we just continue to attach fine after fine after fine. But I want to go back to what one of the bill sponsors said. She said that it is a fine against parties that have been found to be discriminating. She said the way we encourage people to change that behavior and the way that we deter that behavior is by having accountability and consequences. The fine is in current law, so we have not changed the current mechanism. She said it's important to have accountability and consequences. She said it's cruel to ignore the profound and lasting impact of emotional trauma. I agree with that. Now let's deter the behavior of child rapists and put them in jail too. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1239 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1239 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1248.
House Bill 1248 by Representative Stuart Kay, also Senator Kipp, concerning the administration of disciplinary measures in public schools.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1248 and the Appropriations and Education Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ran an amendment in appropriations to get rid of the fiscal note, and we ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Representative, if you want to speak, you have to be in the well. We're now on the Education Committee report. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could get one moment here, I have an amendment. Where's our amendment? Aha. I move L008 and ask that it be properly displayed. I'm so sorry. It's to the committee report.
Amendment 8 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can proceed. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When aligning statutes, we had a discrepancy where one part of the statute references restraints over 1 minute that need to be reported and an exception for restraints that are less than 1 minute. There was a question about restraints that are exactly 1 minute. So this is just a clarification that reports need to occur for more than a minute and 1 minute or less is under the exception. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment 8 passes. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a great discussion in Education Committee. We ran a technical amendment to correct misalignment with current statute, and we move the Education Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
That's me. So, sorry.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L009 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment 9 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical alignment amendment that aligns the Colorado Department of Education. It was their request to ensure that the fiscal note remains zero to ensure that our bill matches existing training requirements. And we ask for an aye vote.
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a technical alignment that CDE requested to ensure the fiscal note remains zero, and we request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, this bill comes from the Disproportionate Discipline Task Force. It was stakeholdered extensively with partners such as CASB, the Rural Schools Alliance, quite a few folks, Disability Law, the ARC of Colorado. 1248 does not substantially change any portions of the law or practices regulating the use of restraint and seclusion in our public schools. State protections around restraint and seclusion have historically lived in Title 26 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, which is the Code for Human Services. This includes protections for everyone from children in school to adults in prisons and mental health hospitals. 1248 will move the relevant portions of Title 26 to Title 22, which is the Education Code, ensuring there is clarity around when we are talking about children in school regarding these rights. A few years ago, significant changes were made to Title 26 for the Division of Youth Services that eventually had unintended impacts on school children. Specifically, seclusion was distinguished from restraint when it had long been understood in the school context that seclusion was a form of restraint. Ultimately, this resulted in confusion around the law, which manifested in school districts not consistently reporting the use of seclusion because of how CDE's relevant rules were rewritten based on a change made for DYS, not intended to apply to schools. By putting the relevant portions of this law into Title 22, we will prevent unintended consequences to school children when future changes may be made to Title 26 for other populations. Further, it is imperative that we reestablish the requirement to report seclusion as a form of restraint, align with IDEA's requirement that a third party may file a complaint, and provide specificity as requested by school districts in accordance with the current CDE rules. Passing 1248 will enable Colorado to better serve students, provide clarity to school districts, and ensure we do not create negative unintended consequences for children in school when other stakeholders down the road urge changes to Title 26. I'm proud to have the support of all the stakeholders I've listed and more, and I urge a yes vote on 1248.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, school should be a place where every student, regardless of their background, identity, or ability, feels safe and supported. And I am so proud to join Representative Stewart in bringing forward legislation that is about safeguarding safety and well-being of every child in our public schools. And I want to just take a moment to commend the incredible work that she has done, along with advocacy groups that are looking out for our most vulnerable. This bill is truly from years of work and discussions. And ultimately, it's about equity. It's about our most vulnerable. We know that students with disabilities and students of color are more likely to be restrained or secluded than their peers. And I want to be clear that these actions, things like physical restraint, are in violation of current law. But current law also leaves students vulnerable, as regulations for schools are tangled up with regulations for restraint in secured facilities. So this bill addresses that disparity head on and requires data reporting, annual reviews, and accountability systems that focus on prevention and on positive behavioral support. It cleans up statutes to ensure that we have clear and consistent standards for our schools. And this transparency and oversight will help make sure that families are informed and staff are prepared to de-escalate rather than punish. I truly, once again, want to thank all the groups that have come together to put this forward, and I am excited about this first step in protecting our students, and urge an aye vote.
Yep, the committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1248 as amended till after House Bill 1112.
Seeing no objection, we will move House Bill 1248 to after House Bill 1112. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1112.
House Bill 1112 by Representatives Titone and Hamrick, also Senator Exum, concerning the enforcement of certain motor vehicle statutes related to the failure to register a vehicle.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
All right, thank you. This is a bit of spaghetti, so just make sure you're following along. We want to make sure everybody understands. I move House Bill 1112 and the appropriations report.
I believe that there was also a transportation.
And the transportation report, but we're going to get to the appropriations report first.
Perfect. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, thank you. So in the Appropriations Committee, we ran a couple amendments to amend the Transportation and Local Government report. So we had a problem with the fiscal note, and we were trying to take care of that. So what did I just do with this thing? I just had it here a second ago. So we eliminated the amnesty program, which had a fiscal note to it, and then we also added another amendment that changed part of the Transportation and Local Government report that has a 4-month program for people to handle their, we'll get into this in more detail, to handle their registration. If they get caught and they get a ticket and they pay their registration, they can get out of the fines and things by just paying the court fee. But the way that they communicate that was supposed to be on the ticket, and because the tickets had to be reprinted by CSP, we offered that as a verbal communication. And then also, if and when we get e-citation, that will go into the e-citation, which will have no cost to the state. So it eliminates the fiscal note for the bill, and I ask for a yes vote on the committee report. Wait, hold on one second. No, I have an amendment to the committee report, I think. Let me just see. This one, and this one, and this one. This one's, okay, no, we're good. With the transportation report's the one I need to amend. So we're good on the appropriations report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Transportation Committee report. Representative Titone.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We're getting through this. We're getting through it. I move Amendment L011 and ask for it to be properly or improperly displayed. All right, that's perfect.
Amendment L11 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was brought to our attention that we were offering to waive the fees and fines, but have a court fee. But the court fee could impact the fiscal note. So we're taking care of that by saying that it's only in the municipal court that the fee can be applied. So there's no court fee that, the court fee would be normal under regular circumstances under the state, but if it was a municipal court fee, it can be applied. And that will have no fiscal impact to the bill. And I ask for a yes vote on L011.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment L11 is passed. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the appropriations report essentially stripped out everything out of the Transportation and Local Government report with respect to the part about the 4-month grace period, and that's all that committee report does. And I ask for an aye vote on the committee report as amended.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report as amended passes. To the bill. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one more, and then we can start talking about the bill. Well, we have another one after that. So this one to the bill. This one amends the how the bill will be implemented. We had forgotten to take off the drives programming
Representative Tatone, I'm going to ask you to move the amendment,
Okay, I'll
please.
move the amendment. Thank you. I move amendment L12 and ask for it to be slightly off.
All right, the amendment has been properly moved and is
Thank
now
you.
displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one will change the effective date of the bill. We had left in some future implementation date that no longer needs to apply, and that was due to the drives programming that we were initially looking at, and so this was an oversight we are fixing and making it implemented after the petition period is over. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 12, L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Amendment L12 passes. To the bill.
We'll just, can we just
Representative
talk about
Tatone.
it real quick first? Okay, thanks. Okay, great. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So, this bill is about registration enforcement. How many people in your districts have said, what's going on? Why is everybody not paying their car registration? Why are all these expired plates around? What is going on here? Well, it's actually a really simple thing, and it's not very intuitive. So when a police officer pulls someone over, they usually pull them over for some other reason other than the registration. Say it's speeding. So if you're getting pulled over for speeding and your registration is expired, they have to write a ticket for the municipal court where they reside, and they have to write the court proceeding and the ticket for the registration, which is in the county. So if your county is pretty big, you have to travel all the way to the other court to do that ticket, and you have to go all the way to the court in that municipality to do the ticket as well. Most of the time, the police officers don't have the bandwidth to do this, so they don't write the ticket for the registration, and that's why people have been getting away with this for so long, because the police officers don't have the time, and it's really inconvenient for the people getting pulled over to begin with. They don't want to have to go to two different courtrooms to put this together. So this puts all of that into the municipal court. And that's, with all the spaghetti and all these committee reports that we had here, it actually makes it really simple, puts it into the municipal court to handle this specific ticket, makes it really easy, and then also gives that 4-month grace period I mentioned before, that if you do get pulled over and you have within 4 months of getting your registration, you can get your registration taken care of, and then you can have the fees and fines waived and just pay the administrative fee if you're in a municipal court. And that is the bill, and we hope that this will help people get to a point of complying with the registration and getting that. This is a privilege, not a right. You need to pay for your registration to drive your car, and we hope this helps out with that.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cities and multi-counties are especially asking for this. So House Bill 25-112 creates a multi-path system for addressing vehicle registration violations in Colorado with a focus on compliance incentives, communication, and administrative efficiency. It is a permissive bill for cities and municipal courts, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm working off of the introduced version, which I know, as has just been adopted, is heavily amended. So that's where I'm at, if any of you guys have already printed out the pre-amended version. In any case, my concern about this bill was as relates to the additional authority that we were giving to the local jurisdictions to register vehicles. So on the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, there is a section there that actually would allow, without further language, for local jurisdictions to impose their own registration system. So they could have, your city could have said you need to register your vehicle with the city, and then your county could have the same, and then you still have the state. So it could have, based off of the way that this is written presently, allowed for all three layers of government to impose some sort of registration requirements on you. I've spoken with the bill sponsors, and I believe that what we've discussed stands, which is that this is a friendly amendment to clarify that that is not the intention of this bill. that the additional authority that's being given to the local jurisdiction actually relates to their ability to put the current registration rules of the state into their local ordinances such that when they fill out that ticket, there's a box that they check, as was just explained, along with whatever other local citation they have. This registration citation would be under their municipal section of the ticket and not on the state, so thereby directing it to the municipal court and not to the county court. So I believe that this clears up that issue and then enables what is intended to be what it is without giving more authority. So with all of that said, I move Amendment L013 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and that amendment is displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I gave my explanation, and so unless there are other questions, I think I'm done.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And boy, we were lucky.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative, is there any further discussion about House Bill Representative Kelty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually have I wasn't on this committee, but I just needed some clarification on the bill. For the register, in the bill, it says that past due specific ownership tax, if the penalties imposed for the violation of the courts finds that the failure to register the vehicle was for good cause. This was to waive the court will waive the following for a violation concerning failure to register a vehicle, but it basically says in here that if you're under a certain income level, that it can be waived for you, and the fees can be waived for you. But my concern is that people in a household who have unmarried households, and they will register or title the car in the person's name who makes under that, even though the other person makes above that, and then it could cause people to not have registered vehicles because they are underneath that level, and then when you don't register your vehicle, a lot of times they don't have insurance. So I'm worried about having uncovered insured drivers on the road because of a little loophole.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. When a police officer pulls somebody over for a violation, they ask for license and registration and proof of insurance. If they don't have that, they're going to get a ticket for whatever they don't have. So if people are being pulled over for registration infractions, they will also find that they may not have insurance as well. That's just the regular procedure of how that interaction usually works.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1112? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm understanding, I know that you're saying they'll get a ticket, but they still won't have insurance. Like, it doesn't require or force them to have insurance. Like, we want them to have insurance. So when you register your vehicle, even if you don't have enough money, the registration process makes you prove or show you have insurance when you go in there to do the registration. So that's what I'm concerned about, is like, even though they'll get a ticket later or whatever, I want them to have insurance.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. This can't be put into this bill because of the title of the bill. This is about local enforcement of car registration. So you'd have to run another bill if you wanted to do that. But it's already required for you to have insurance on your car anyway. I mean, that's why you'll get a ticket if you don't, whether you get pulled over. So having the car registration, we can't add that to this bill because of the title of it, to require insurance. But if that was something you wanted to do in a future legislative session, you're more than welcome to do that.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1112 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Back to House Bill 1301. No. 1248, excuse me. Back to House Bill 1248. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill? Mr. Shebel, please read the title of 1248.
House Bill 1248 by Representative Stuart K., also Senator Kipp, concerning the administration of disciplinary measures in public schools.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L011 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative English.
What this amendment is doing is defining within this bill to regulate seclusion and not ban it, but just to regulate, brings some clearer guidelines where there's a true emergency involving an imminent threat of bodily harm to self or others, and after exhaustion, all less restrictive de-escalation strategies. Seclusion is prohibited. Any use of seclusion must. And as you all can see, it breaks it down as to what must happen. And I would ask that you all would join me in truly protecting kids and vote yes on this amendment so that the guidelines can be clearer and much stronger. And I urge a yes vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues who clearly share my passion around this issue. It is great to have all of us working together towards the goal of protecting children. And so I want to ask that we respect the efforts that have gone into this bill and the many stakeholders who share our goal and our interest to have come up with a great bill that is before you today. As far as this amendment goes, this is all covered, almost some of it word for word, in our bill. So this addition is not only redundant, but adding it can be confusing because separating seclusion like this, rather than including it as part of restraint, is the exact kind of thing that causes the law to get confused and to have gaps and to have arguments for loopholes. I appreciate the intent, but this duplicative effort is going to cause more issues, and so I ask for a no vote.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just to be clear, some of this language is in rule, R-U-L-E, rule, not in statute. So again, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment. It won't be duplicative.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Representative. It's an honor to serve with you. Today I want to speak about this specific amendment. So as an attorney, this is my work. I work in restraint and seclusion. More than 10 years ago, we worked with Disability Law Colorado, and we made a process for restraint and seclusion specifically so you can actually file a complaint now for restraint and seclusion. We already have it. This law already exists. This does not need to be exactly what my colleague said. This just makes it confusing. Do I think that we could tighten up some definitions regarding seclusion and some of the processes? Absolutely, but that is an extremely complicated thing to do, and I hope we do it, but not in this bill. This bill is simply a cleanup bill. That's it. And so I'll be voting no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative English. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all for transparency, especially when it comes to the safety of our students. If we're cleaning it up, let's make it transparent. Let's make it transparent. Let's clean it up and let's keep our kids safe. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative English.
Division.
Okay, the question before us is the passage of L11. A division has been called. We'll take a moment. The committee will stand in recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 11 to House Bill 1248. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber and entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment 11, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The amendment is lost. The noes have it. The amendment is lost.
Oh, okay. I would like to move Amendment L012 to the bill and ask that it would be properly displayed.
That has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative English.
So what this amendment does, each instance of traumatizing our babies and not protecting them, in an instance of seclusion or monitored seclusion, all these things must be documented and inclusive to what is stated, because we all in here can read, and I ask for an aye vote and another division.
Representative Zokai. Stewart? Zokai? Yeah. We're not gonna, first we're gonna have discussion and then we'll talk about the vote. So we're still discussing the amendment. So the bell, we'll put a hold on the bell and hold on the division. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, just gathering my thoughts here. So I will take 1 minute to read this. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Members, I do have to encourage a no vote on this amendment. For one, it does drive a fiscal note, and we know that school districts are strongly opposed to it. I want to point to the many reporting requirements that we have in our bill. It is robust and thorough, and adding more data requirements to schools that are overburdened truly flies in the face of years of stakeholding that has gone into getting us to this point today. I am happy to have discussions if additional conversations need to happen, but I ask that we do not overlook the contributions of my co-prime, of advocacy groups that are pushing for children, who are advocating for children with disabilities and kids of color, and school districts that have all been at the table for months of discussion. Again, this amendment does drive a fiscal note and threatens the entire bill. And I know that we all have the same interest of moving this bill forward and protecting children. So this, unfortunately, is not something that we can support. If you are also trying to protect children and get this bill over the finish line, as it seems all of you are, then I hope you will join me in opposing this amendment.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. School teacher, school principal here. I am not sure how this drives a fiscal note. In my school, when we have used seclusion for students in our de-escalation room, we have a clipboard outside the room that documents this for all kids anyway, and it's a clipboard with a sheet of paper, and I'm not sure how and why this drives a fiscal note, so I would love an explanation about that. And there's nothing on here that I wouldn't want to have documented for all kids if we do use our de-escalation room or seclusion. So I'd love to know more about how this is driving a fiscal note.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just had a bill in Health and Human Services about runaways, and we don't know where they run to, how long they're gone. We don't know any data. Why would we not want this for kids that we put in these rooms? Why would we not want to know where they are, how long they're in there for? These are children that need to be de-escalated, that are in crisis. Why would we not want a time frame? How could that drive up a fiscal note? There's a clipboard, there's a pencil. These are all supplies that our schools have. Why in the world would that drive up a fiscal note? In the legislative session of no fiscal notes being driven, now all of a sudden a pencil and a piece of paper costs a fiscal note? Stop. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Originally, this bill was looking for more data and one drop-down menu was going to cost $50,000. I agree, we need this data, but at this point, given the fiscal impact, what's more important is that we pass this bill and take a very important first step in protecting our students and families. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am curious because this amendment doesn't mandate that there's a drop down and being reported to state CDE. The way I read this is that we just need to have documentation for what's happening that can be contained in the school. If it's asked for in the future by CDE or others, then we have it, but I'm still not seeing how this particular amendment drives a fiscal note.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to quickly explain how this is driving a fiscal note, it does require that the report of data be reported up the chain, and increasing those data reporting requirements that go up to CDE and having them aggregate that data then does drive our fiscal note.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you. The problem with the amendment is that it doesn't match the CDE complaint process, and that's why you're going to have to hire more people, especially paraprofessionals, to do all this tracking. And what I want you to think about, as myself as a teacher, teaching seriously emotionally disturbed kids, those are some tough students, and you can bet that I would have to remove them and use all kinds of restraint and seclusion. And just to do the process, if you've got a class of 12 students that are high needs, absolutely, I'm going to have more paras to do the documentation. No, I don't want to hurt kids, neither does any other teacher, but I think that if, every time we use timeout or any kind of seclusion, then if we have to end up doing this massive tracking, that's definitely going to drive a fiscal note in a field that already has an epic shortage.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the explanation that I was given. However, we are already documenting these things anyway for students who have IEPs. We have to put those in Infant Campus or your own district's student information system. That information already gets fed into the state data pipeline, and so this doesn't actually create any new program. This information is already recorded in your student information system. It gets fed into CDE's data collection, and so I'm still not understanding how this drives a new fiscal note. There's already people there that enter the data at the school. There's already people at CDE who receive the data, so I'm not sure how this is driving a $50,000 fiscal note.
Representative English.
What she said. But really, this, it isn't driving a new physical note because these things essentially are already happening. But to tighten it up, we need to go on ahead and pass this amendment. So again, I'm urging an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are we suggesting that this is going to drive a fiscal impact because these rooms are being used so much that we're going to need like more FTEs because these rooms are being used so much? Is that what's happening? $50,000 fiscal note, that tells me these rooms are being used a lot. Let's get some transparency here because pen and paper doesn't cost $50,000. Thank you.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the chair of the Education Committee, I am opposed to this amendment. We're going back and forth as to whether or not this amendment drives a fiscal note. I think that we should have asked a fiscal analyst before this bill got brought up in committee, or we could have brought this amendment up in committee, but we didn't do so. So there is a lot of back and forth on this. I have certainly heard that something like this would drive a fiscal note. That being said, we're having a robust conversation about seclusion in the Education Committee right now, and we have been for 2 years. So this is another reason that I am opposed to an amendment like this being brought in this fashion. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bacon.
Okay, hopefully I'll be the last one on this, but quite honestly, some of us have spent a lot of time on this issue, and I will refer you back to other places in the bill in regards to data that needs to be collected. Ultimately, when we ran the task force on this a couple of years ago, we heard that schools and school districts were confused on what kind of data they were supposed to collect, and we did not have full data sets. In fact, that's why we are actually running this bill, to be able to clarify and to make recommendations on the data we did get. And so the purpose of this amendment is to do that. Be clear, I don't believe, or I don't know if it's going to cost $50,000. However, what we have said clearly is that data needs to be better collected on this issue, and these are parts of the components around restraint. So at the very least, we should see if it does generate one before we come up here and say it's going to cost $50,000. But again, the crux of our problem was that we did not have consistency across the state, or at least it was told to us by school districts that we did not have consistent data. And so we are trying to make it clear so we don't have that problem moving forward. If you do not have underlying data and underlying articulation of problems, you can't solve them effectively with policy. And that is why we're asking that this data be collected.
Representative English.
Division. She said I had to call it again.
We know there has been a division call. We're not finished with the debate on them, and then when we go to voting, we'll go to the division. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason why the bill sponsors are getting up here and saying that it's going to drive a fiscal note is because we have been working on this bill in particular, and we have had conversations around reporting requirements. And so I will again point everybody who's interested in this to the many robust reporting requirements that are in the bill. The reason why this drives a fiscal note is because it's requiring reports to go up to CDE. It also has identifying information of staff members that would need to be anonymized. So those things do drive a fiscal note. This is not the space to have a debate over how much of a fiscal note. That's really the work of our fiscal analysts, and it's something that should have been done in committee or conversations we should have had for the months that this bill has been public. I urge a no vote.
Representative English.
I just thought it was cute to come back up here because this has been something that I personally myself have worked on since I've been in the legislature. Some of you know, some of you new people may not know, but there's a lot of background, a lot of research, and a lot of data that has been collected around this particular piece of legislation. And initially, the argument was the conversation between what de-escalation and seclusion looks like. So bringing like clear definitions and really defining what the arguments have been about, these are reasons why we should pass this amendment. And they are the amendments, quite frankly, that I bring. So just to be clear, I do know what I'm talking about. I served on the Board of Education for 4 years, so I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. I didn't just pop up overnight and jump on a bill and become the expert. I do know, in fact, what I'm talking about. And if this is something that you're already doing, saying that it's going to drive another set of a different set of monies for fiscal notes is not true. They can continue to do the work they're doing with a more intentional and specific guideline to do that. So I just wanted to come up here and share that because I don't like gaslighting. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just repeat that as somebody who's entered the information into Infinite Campus, as somebody who has seen that information go into Cognos and CEDAR, the data pipeline for CDE, I think I know what I'm talking about. This information is for all students. We've been doing it for students who have IEPs. We would do it for students who don't have IEPs. This is transparency. And I guess I'm not understanding why when we come to second reading, that is where we hone in on what needs to be fixed about a bill. People aren't on all committees. So when this is the first time that people are hearing some pros and cons and arguing back and forth, I don't understand why we dig our heels in and say no amendments instead of really thinking about, would this amendment make the bill better in the end? So I encourage an aye on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bradley. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excited to rise in support of this amendment. I think especially when it comes down to how our kids and how students are treated in school and disciplinary actions, this is a basic list of information that should be collected, and as we've heard, it already is collected. The challenge is that district across district across district, school across school across school, the requirements for what is actually collected is ambiguous and it's unclear. This will make it clear. And if schools and districts are not already collecting this, then that is a problem. And so I stand firmly in support of this amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the fact that when my kids were in preschool and got bitten, I got a phone call. They were 3 or 4. I got an incident report. I got a call that night that my kid was bitten. This is seclusion rooms. Are we saying that putting a start time confirmation that parents shouldn't be allowed to have that information? I got 3 confirmations when my kid got bitten with little teeth marks. We're saying we shouldn't be working on amendments on the floor because, last Friday I'm pretty sure we had a 12-hour discussion on fiscal notes that went back and forth. We don't get to go back and forth with that. We talked about fiscal notes last Friday. We talk about fiscal notes almost on every bill, and now we're saying we shouldn't be talking about fiscal notes. So I've got a great idea. We should send this back to education. If we don't want to talk about amendments and do work on the floor and have a healthy debate, then let's send this back to the Education Committee and let's go back to the debate. But if we're going to sit here and talk about we can't be talking about amendments and fiscal notes, then send it back to Education Committee. But if we want transparency and parents to know what's happening to their kids at school, then you pass a very concise amendment to let parents know. If you're going to talk about their kids getting bitten in preschool, by golly, you should at least talk about their kids being secluded or put in de-escalation rooms because parents have that right to know. If we're for parental rights, this is an easy amendment to vote on, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is very bizarre to me. Who all is coming up and saying what? And then what crowd I'm in here. This is bizarre to me, but I do think I've worked in these settings literally for 35 years. I have way more experience than all these other people that have said they've had experience. And this is just common sense. If this is your child, why would you not want to know the parameters that this is based around? Why would you not? This literally doesn't make sense to me. So are we saying that what we want is just to let maybe a school or administrator or counselor or somebody just to be able to have carte blanche and no control over, there's no control over them as they're having control over your child? This really doesn't make sense. And so to all my peeps that are speaking on this with me, more power to you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to finish this amendment, and then I'd like to move this discussion back to the Education Committee. Does that make sense?
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a few minutes, hopefully less, to talk about where this is coming from. I've sat on a school board. I have a child with a disability, actually more than one, that has been disproportionately impacted by discipline in schools. And I do have experience with this. And I very much want this data. I 100% agree with data and transparency. Unfortunately, with data collection, it does cost money. This, again, is a really good first step in getting there and doing the work. And I ask for a no vote so we can continue to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So perhaps they can make a compromise. Because this is a House bill, perhaps we can add this as an amendment, get a new fiscal note, and if there is a fiscal impact, then in the Senate they can take care of it. Maybe that would work.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to read a section of current law. Documentation of notification within 12 hours to the parent, guardian, or local legal custodian of the youth in seclusion as required by Section 2620-104.5. The date of occurrence, the race, age, and gender of the individual, the reason or reasons for seclusion, including a description of the emergency and the specific facts that demonstrate that the youth posed a serious, probable, and imminent threat of bodily harm to himself, herself, or others, and that there was a present ability to effect such bodily harm. A description of de-escalation measures taken by staff and the response, if any, of the youth in seclusion to those measures. An explanation of why less restrictive alternatives were unsuccessful. The total time in seclusion. Any incidents of self-harm or suicide that occurred while the youth was in seclusion. With respect to the interactions required by Section 2620-104.5, documentation of the justification for keeping the youth in seclusion and specific facts to demonstrate that the emergency was ongoing. We have further requirements within our bill requiring that these reporting requirements go up the chain and that they have anonymous information included is a problem for this bill. It does drive a fiscal note. We should have had these conversations earlier with a fiscal analyst, but at this point, we are encouraging a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify also just the reality of this charging a fiscal note. This is a directive, and while I agree fully with my colleagues on the right that we don't want to be giving local school districts or local communities unfunded mandates, whatever impact or cost impact that might potentially come here is with the local schools or the school districts. This is not a CDE cost. So there would not be a fiscal note.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, we will take a brief recess. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 12. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment 12, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. There is, we ask for respect from the gallery, please. You may be seated. The amendment is passed. Sorry, you may be seated. The amendment is passed. The ayes have it. We will go into a brief recess to deal with our gallery. We couldn't do it because we were in the middle of a vote. The committee will come back to order. To the bill. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always good to hear both sides of what went on in committee. Seems like there was quite a bit to discuss on this bill. What I have heard here is, one, that we want to move this through without spending any money and not having a fiscal note. I do think anything generally worth doing has a cost, and those costs should be recognized and then prioritized. But a couple of other things that were spoken to from the committee chair said the previous amendment was something that should have been debated in committee. We heard one of the sponsors say this was not the space for debate. So for this bill, I would move that it be returned to the Education Committee for further debate and amendment, and urge a yes vote.
That is a proper motion. Representative, I keep turning it off when I mean to turn it on. I apologize. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the chair of the Education Committee, I'm respectfully asking that we don't send this back to the Education Committee. The good news is that we do have another seclusion bill scheduled this Thursday, April 3rd, where we are going to continue to have robust conversations about seclusion. So the ongoing conversation is robust. I am looking forward to working with the many stakeholders, as I know the bill sponsors are, for the bill that is coming up in seclusion. But we passed this bill through the Education Committee, and this bill was sound when we passed it through the committee. So I will be respectfully asking for a no vote on sending this bill back to the Education Committee.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to send the bill back to the Education Committee? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to send this back to the Education Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion fails. To the bill, Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L14 to House Bill 1248 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That motion has been properly made, and that amendment is displayed. Representative English.
So this is simple. This is easy breezy. And for the refusal to take this, I don't know what to say. But this is simply two definitions that are not in statute currently, which is egress, you all can read, monitored seclusion. you all can read. So these are just simply two definitions that should be added to this particular bill, and I urge a yes vote. And do I need a division?
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, adding in definitions in the 11th hour and saying they're simple and easy is not my experience with what this would do to this bill. So, the changes that this would make will make things significantly worse for kids, and I will do my best to explain why. For one, they make the law more confusing, but they also create a two-tiered system. You have egress, you have monitored seclusion now, and then there is this gap of monitored egress. It's nowhere else in statute, and I truly believe that adding these definitions creates more seclusion. So I'm going to start with egress. For one, we do already have definitions for egress. They are in the rules through the state board, and to create a definition that is not the exact same will create confusion, and it creates gaps. Two, doing something like this requires us to take the time to take it back to stakeholders, because I can assure you that we are going to hear feedback from schools about how this will work in practice. We are going to hear concern from teachers who do want to create a space for kids who need to separate to legitimately be able to calm down. And this is putting all of that in jeopardy and taking that discretion away. I think that there is a balance we need to hit here, but adding in a definition in the last minute when we currently have one in the rules already causes issues. Adding a definition of monitored seclusion suddenly implies that the entire statute, it puts the entire statute in question. Now, anytime we are talking about seclusion, there is an implication that it is not monitored. And I'm going to say, from my attorney perspective, we are going to have a lot of issues with not being able to hold seclusion, folks who violate this law accountable, because we have now created a definition of monitored versus unmonitored seclusion, whereas seclusion is already monitored. Members, we have a responsibility in this building to pass legislation that is meaningful, that creates change, but that is also able to be implemented. And the way that we do that is we bring the interested parties together and we have discussions. And we make sure we didn't miss anything from the folks who are in the classroom day in and day out. And that is the process that we have gone through with this bill. But to add this on in the last moment, I will tell you that it will go against the intent of the person bringing this amendment, because she has come up here and said that she wants to prevent seclusion.
We will go into a
recess. It is my concern.
The committee will come back to order. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am seriously concerned that this amendment will harm children and that it will lead to more seclusion. Seclusion is already monitored. Adding this definition creates a huge gap in the law. We need to take time to think through these things and how it impacts the rest of statute, how it impacts Title 26. This amendment overlooks the contributions of the stakeholders who have spent years getting to this point. And as I have mentioned, we know that seclusion disproportionately impacts kids of color and kids with disabilities. I know that we all are here with the intent of helping those children. And this amendment does not accomplish that. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bacon.
Sorry, it's the one time I get. Okay, members, I want to recognize that perhaps this is unconventional and may even be frustrating, but what I do want to say is this. I support this amendment. I have been in a room talking about this issue for 3 years now. We have faced this issue in my own school district to the point where my school district has banned seclusion. The purpose of this bill is not actually about Title 26, it's about Title 22. And it is about moving the language of seclusion, particularly into Title 22 with schools, so that we could change the definitions or requirements of seclusion that will not impact Title 26, which is Department of Youth Services. And so what I do know is this. Many of us have been a part of stakeholder conversations for quite some time. And when we heard this bill and another bill in committee, we did ask, there is division on this. There are special education and communities of those with special needs who are advocating for a seclusion ban. And yes, we did hear from schools saying that they do not want a seclusion ban. I went so far in committee and said the following. Seclusion is defined as placing a child, and I can remember, I don't even have to look up there because I know the definition of seclusion. It is the placement of a child in a room or area alone where they do not have egress. And egress means they cannot leave. And so, quite frankly, what has been happening, we have been debating in school districts and in courts for a long time on what seclusion is. But I asked plainly in committee, in statute, there is either seclusion or no seclusion. There is not a definition for monitored in statute. There is a definition that seclusion can be monitored in rule. But that is why we're proposing to put it in statute. Egress is not defined in statute. It's just in the definition of seclusion that says egress, and then case law conversations forever has determined egress of saying you cannot leave. And so what this is saying is to define it in statute because it's our belief that it would mitigate the back and forth in court or between families or whatever with school districts. Now, egress has been done different ways. Some school districts put a door on a room. Some school districts put a lock on the outside on the door of a room. Some school districts block egress with a person in like an umpire's pad, but it still means they can't leave. And so that's why we are proposing to put it in statute to provide that clarity. And so again, what I want to say is this. Many of us have been working on this for quite some time. And just because we're talking about a bill and particular stakeholders doesn't mean we have not been engaged and been talking to those stakeholders for years. It does not mean that we do not know the content of this bill and we're not around as the content of this bill developed months ago. There is another bill on seclusion. There was a bill last year on seclusion. There was a bill before that on data for seclusion and restraint. And some of us have been around that long, so we do know. And part of what we're pushing for here is to, quite frankly, move the conversation forward by putting some stakes in the ground. Because it has been presented to me as families and kids versus their schools. And they have asked us to provide clarity. And that is what we are attempting to do, and it is bigger than this one House bill. And so I'm not saying that to disparage anything, but I'm saying that to let this chamber actually know why we are having this back and forth. That we need to get to some conclusions because there are certain stakeholders who want to seclude. Again, in statute, it is either seclusion or not. Are there rules? Yes. And again, I can repeat to you by heart what the definition is of seclusion. A child is either placed in a room or an area alone, and they can't leave. That is the only thing in statute. And so, even if this may put us to ask some questions, it will also push us to answer them, which is why we are proposing it. So thank you to everyone who cares. At the end of the day, we want to support and partner with the lobby, but it is our decisions to make votes. And so while I will love to hear that feedback and be advised, you have already heard me, if you were here around this time last year, in regards to who I take permission from when I vote for things. But at the end of the day, we are also stakeholders as well as legislators. And we have the space and the ability to propose. And that's what we're doing here. We urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the representative from Denver. I think we need to be very careful. I've known the representative from El Paso for 3 years now, and I know where her heart lies. And these definitions are coming because this is one of her primary bills and one of her primary focuses. She wants to keep kids safe. It is the hill that I think she would die on. She has been in the space for probably over 3 years. She has worked on school boards. The definitions in this amendment are coming from the stakeholding process that she has done for years. So when we come and say it's the 11th hour, what our caucus loves is the beauty of this well being full. We love this. This is what we want. This is the beauty of the republic that we stand for. Let's have these conversations. I don't care if it's the 11th hour. Let's bring amendments to the table and let's talk through them. I love when we can go back and forth for our districts and we can talk through the betterment of bills. I love bringing the fiscal note, the attention to it. This is great. This has been one of the most robust conversations we've been a part of. This is what the people of Colorado want, you guys. This is awesome. I love it. But let's not then throw people under the bus for wanting it. Let's not say it's at the last hour, because it's not. These amendments aren't last hour amendments. These are well thought out, personal amendments to the representative bringing them forward, because she cares about kids and she wants kids to be protected. Now, you might not agree with the way she wants them protected. You might not agree with the way I want them protected. But the last thing we need to do is use terms like the 11th hour. Because the 11th hour is jumping on a bill at the last minute. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. I would like to listen to the discussion of this amendment. And I find it that I almost resent the comments that this is the 11th hour or the last minute. For those of us that don't get the opportunity to sit in committees, this is our first opportunity to hear what you've worked on. And we may not agree with the bill, or we might. We may not agree with the amendment, or we might. But to be told that we can't listen to a discussion because it's the last minute is absurd. And it's disrespectful for those of us that can't sit on those committees. So please, let's drop that. The purpose of second reading is to do what we're doing, not to be told it's the 11th hour. I'm sorry, that needs to go away.
Representative Phillip.
Thank you. I represent kids in restraint and seclusion cases, and I understand the legal process very well, and it does work. Is that better? I was just saying I represent kids in restraint and seclusion cases. There's a legal process in place, and it does work. This creates a legal loophole, and so I worry about the impact that that could have on schools, and definitely with attorneys that can come in and say, okay, wait a minute, this isn't even part of our legal process now. Now we're creating something new. But more importantly, I hope nobody thinks it's okay to put a student in a room and lock the door. But the reality of the kind of work for myself as a teacher, 20 years in the classroom, teaching some really tough kids. And I can tell you, when we talk about preventing egress and physically obstructing, we're talking about it's often students with disabilities, it's often students who are nonverbal. I mean, you see how big I am? It's usually kids that are bigger than me. And so I have had to prevent egress from a room from students, not just once or twice. But first of all, teachers don't like to get hurt at work, and they do. And so what happens is if you have a violent student, and that student, you need to get that student away. That student's attacking you as a teacher, or that student is in fights with other students, and I've probably broken up easily over 100 school fights, and now I watch the videos as an attorney. And so as teachers, there is an important process for us to follow, which is already in place for when we're trying to take a student who's super escalated, to get them in that room, and usually they're trying to get out, right? And so, yeah, I need that student to be separated. I need that student to calm down. I'd like to get to some restorative justice, but there are times when this process needs to be used. I don't want to take that away from teachers. I don't want to make it overburdensome, but I do want to continue to use the legal process that is already in place for when violations occur, and I strongly oppose this. Thank you.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just level set that we all care about kids, which is why we are up here debating this. So both sides care about kids. I am opposed to this amendment. I am opposed to L14. Teachers are against this amendment. The rural schools that are in my district are against this amendment. My assumption would be that more rural schools across the state would be against this amendment, and I know that because we have been discussing this in the Education Committee for this year and last year. And the good news is we will continue to have robust conversations about this in the Education Committee. A week from today, when this bill is up, another seclusion bill is up in the Education Committee on Thursday. So I ask that we vote no on this amendment, and the Education Committee keep doing a deeper dive on this topic of seclusion. And in my opinion, in addition to all of that, this amendment creates a legal loophole which would harm schools. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can I ask, so we were just told that this is going to create a legal loophole. Sorry, to everyone, the people I want to ask this to are not currently, they're currently, okay. So here, I don't, so I'd like to follow up on the comment you made, because I don't know this space as well as you guys do. And I'm really trying to figure out where I actually fall in this particular amendment. And so I'm struggling because seclusion, as was pointed out by the representative from Denver, clarifies that you have to be alone in the room, right? So that means the student by himself. That's what it says. Means the placement of an individual alone in a room, according to this bill. So what is it considered, and is it touched on in this bill, a situation that I feel is contemplated under monitored seclusion where there is someone else in the room with the student? What is that defined as in law? Because we're talking about a legal loophole, and I'm trying to understand what the loophole is that's being created and why. I mean, because to me, this is very narrow. So what happens if you have one other person in there? Can you just please give me a little bit of understanding?
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. So you'll understand this as an attorney. Seclusion is already monitored. So if you create a definition and call it monitored seclusion, then suddenly there's this implication that when we are just saying seclusion, that is unmonitored. When we add in a definition and then we are not using that throughout, it implies that those things are different. And so we are concerned about creating a loophole where we have defined something as monitored seclusion and all other instances of seclusion can be inferred to be unmonitored, which is not true.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. But so I was following along with you and was like, okay, that makes sense, right? Until the representative from Denver got up and pointed out the definition of seclusion, which in this bill on page 4 of the introduced version says seclusion means the placement of an individual alone, which precludes, in my mind, monitoring, because then they would no longer be alone. There would be someone else in the room. So to me, monitored seclusion and seclusion can both coexist, because the definition of seclusion is a child who is alone in a space without any adult supervision, they're just alone, versus monitored where they are there with one or more other people. And so I don't see where there is a legal loophole, because to me the definitions are distinct. It's not confusing the issue of when is it monitored, when is it not, because of that word alone, line 27, page 4. So that's my question.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. So even with monitored seclusion, the definition of seclusion means the placement of a child alone in the room. So if there are other people there, then it's not seclusion. So the monitoring references that are in rule is a kid is alone and someone is looking in on them, but they're still alone, which is why it qualifies as seclusion. So what we are trying to follow is this as well, is that in seclusion has been defined in statute. The department has had to create rules around that statutory definition. Is monitoring and monitored in rule? Yes. And what you will also see there is what needs to qualify monitoring. There needs to be a window. Someone needs to be checking in every 10 minutes. However, seclusion means, in statute, a child placed alone. Where we have seen it in rule is checking on that kid, but they're still alone somewhere else, if that makes sense.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, and this is the point. Members, the amendment is too confusing. And so everyone's just going around going, oh, wait, but what does that mean? And what is monitored? And what is seclusion? And that's why I'm opposed to the amendment, because it confuses everybody. And there's confusion within this whole conversation. And that's why I hope we can work on the specific issue to make it not confusing in a different bill. But so when we start talking about room, even the word room, okay, so here's what happens in these cases, is we talk about room, and then there's a case where it's, okay, what's the definition of room? Okay, is it the principal's office? Is it the chill space? Is it I did a case with bookshelves. It was like, oh, but you had bookshelves, and they were tall enough so that now it's a room, because now it's seclusion. I'm just saying this is very complicated law, and we're not ready yet. I remain opposed.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems to me that with this, at least the seclusion, the monitored seclusion piece, the egress piece is a different conversation, but the monitored seclusion piece seems to clarify that you can have seclusion with another individual present in the space where the person is. And it doesn't just say room, it says or areas. So presumably that covers what the description that was just provided about the bookshelves. So in my mind, you have seclusion, which is where the child is left all alone without anyone else, in a room or a space where egress is prevented. Monitored seclusion says that that same child is left in a room with at least one other individual in that room or area, such that they are able, if they wanted to speak to that person would hear them, and they would have that interaction. So I don't think that confuses it. I think it does clarify, because without providing that, unless you strike the word alone, then what is it constituted when there is another person in that place, in that room or area? It can no longer be considered seclusion because there is another person in the zone. So what is it at that point definitionally, and is that covered by the other parts of your bill?
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to just once again say all seclusion is monitored. That doesn't necessarily mean individual in the same room. It can be through a window, it can be through a camera. And so that's maybe why that word alone was tripping us up. But all seclusion is monitored. The problem with creating a separate definition of monitored seclusion when all seclusion is already monitored is that now we are implying that seclusion is not monitored. And we're creating a legal loophole that is going to lead to folks who violate this law not being held accountable. So that is why we are urging a no vote on this.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say, just to be clear, all seclusion is not monitored. It's not. And core requests, requesting data, will say different, as well as lawsuits that particular school districts are in right now. So all seclusion is not, I repeat, all seclusion is not monitored. And I want to respond to something one of my colleagues said pertaining this particular amendment. This amendment was never discussed in the Education Committee. We come up here and say a lot of stuff that hasn't happened. I don't know if it's to make it sound good or look good for the people, I don't know. But I'm going to always speak truth to power and call things out. Because again, this is why we are here on second reading and we have this time in the well. I'm not gonna sit by and let bill sponsors, because they want their bill to pass, to say things that aren't true without responding to them. And if seclusion was monitored, I would not be bringing a bill to ban seclusion altogether to stop traumatizing our kids. Because what happens when our kids are traumatized, we know that it fuels the school to prison pipeline. It impacts their mental health. So quite frankly, I don't even know why there isn't even a discussion on how we should traumatize kids. And that's how I say it. That's not how everybody else says it, but that's how I say it. How we should traumatize kids. Seclusion for me, if I could define it, if Representative Dr. Regina English could define seclusion, you know how I would define seclusion? Incarceration. That means kids are in jail in schools. We do not send our kids to school to be incarcerated. So for educators and lobbyists to feel that they have the right answer, and the answer is to continue to traumatize our kids, is disgusting. And I will never, as long as I am in this chamber, go for that. And this is a brand new amendment that came from stakeholding and the conversations about what definitions should look like. So to say this amendment has been discussed is not true. It was not discussed in the Education Committee because it never came to the Education Committee. Because in having conversations on how we could attempt to make this bill a better bill, these are the things that came out of it, or I wouldn't be standing up here running these particular amendments. And just like one of my colleagues said, we do properly stakehold. I would not suggest anything else in this place about any of my colleagues. I wouldn't dare say, oh, you should have properly stakehold. We did. And when my colleagues say that to me, I find that offensive. You're telling me, well, we properly stakeholded this bill. Well, so do I. I do the same thing. That's what the people elected us to do. And most of all, people elected us to protect kids. I know my district elected me to protect kids and fight for kids, and they know they got the right one. Because when it comes to me, all bets are off when it comes to the protection and safety of kids across the state of Colorado. I don't care what color they are. We shouldn't be traumatizing any kid. We shouldn't be incarcerating any kid in school. And that's essentially what we are doing. See, I get triggered when we talk about kids because it's not okay. It's never going to be okay. It's not. But I just want you all to know this is a new amendment, but the bill sponsor had this amendment 2 days ago, so it could not have possibly been discussed in the Education Committee, and I still urge a yes vote on these definitions. Because if we do nothing, then nothing happens. And educators and school districts can continue to tap dance around this particular issue that's not being properly reported. And there's a lot of conversation that can come with that. So this isn't the great save-all, end-all, fix-all bill. It's not. There's still a lot of work that must be done around seclusion and restraint. But guess what? If we banned it, we banned incarceration of kids, we wouldn't be having this conversation anyway. Just to be clear, I urge a yes vote.
Representative Zokai. And just a reminder, folks, we're on Amendment L14.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I share all of that passion, and I so appreciate all of those comments because, yes, seclusion and restraints traumatize children. Yes, it feeds the school-to-prison pipeline. That is why we are bringing this bill. I would like to just once again point out that seclusion is monitored. You can see the monitoring definitions and terms on page 6 and 7 of our bill. Passing this implies that seclusion itself is not monitored and that there's a separate monitored seclusion that creates a huge issue for our kids. I also want to say that I don't doubt that there are schools breaking that law, and they should be held accountable. And that is what we are attempting to do here, is to create a separate area of law for school districts so that we don't end up with situations that traumatize children. This definition will lead to more seclusion, and we strongly urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, we will go into a brief recess prior to the division call. The committee comes back to order. We'll come back to order. Representative English.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to withdraw Amendment L14.
That is a
And-
proper motion. The amendment is withdrawn. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Representative Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take a quick minute, and I just want to go back to the bill that's before us, and I want to thank our sponsors and all the advocates for all of their work on this bill. As we've heard before, this has been an issue that we have brought before this body for many years, all 3 years since I've been here. And this has also been an issue that in my private life I work on as well. I appreciate all of these components in the bill, very much so. I think what's necessary is that we do clarify when restraint and seclusion is a last resort in my book. We have that here, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad that we are requiring local education providers to train their employees on when and how to use seclusion and restraint. And also, I'm really excited that we have the documentation, and now with the amendment that was approved by this body, we're going to have even greater transparency on how, when, who, why this happens. It's no secret in this chamber that I don't have children by choice, sometimes. But it's also a reality that I work on behalf of kids every day. And when I have families come into my office and talk about when their kids come home traumatized because they were shoved in a room, traumatized because they were held without their consent, and the parents have no information, the parents don't know why, the parents have no idea of how to move forward and figure out what was happening in the school, it breaks trust in the education system. It breaks trust in the system that we are all supposed to love and trust and adore because it builds up the future generations. This bill is a good bill. The fact that we are coming forward with amendments does not take away from the fact that this is actually a good bill. The reason why, as we've heard before, that we engage in this process, this really sacred process for all of us about lawmaking, back and forth, agreements, disagreements, is to make a good bill even better. To catch things that we might have missed, maybe because we weren't in committee, or maybe because we were reading something before it's heard. We have many bills that we are going through, and that happens. But I just want to reiterate, that does not take away from the fact that the sponsors, the stakeholders, the committee that was tasked with evaluating this all summer and last year have not done their work. They have done their work. And ideally, what comes from this bill is the ability for families to have a better understanding of what happens and when, why it's happening, how it's happening, so that they then have some sort of recourse. I remembered a story, and I keep turning to the desk for specific reasons, as I'm sure you can understand. I remembered a story, it was about 4 years ago. And a mom came to me, and she said, my kid comes home with different pants on every day. At first I was like, what? The different pants every day were because when he was put into seclusion, he would pee himself. But the parents weren't told, they didn't know. After investigation, after going to the schools, after figuring out what is happening, what are the behavioral problems, did the school finally decide to put that kid on a system, on an IEP that the parents were able to agree to figure out what are the behavioral issues that need to be addressed so that this poor child would not be thrown into a room every time that teachers were unable to, because of the class sizes, handle the outbursts that this kid had. And this is not an attack on teachers by any means, because our teachers are incredible people. Our teachers show up every single day loving these kids that they are teaching. But sometimes a kid can just be too much, and a teacher is unable to dedicate all of their attention on that one child and ignore the other 20. So there are these systems in place. So when this bill comes before you and we get to shout yes, I hope everyone in this room, after all of this deliberation and all of the work that we have done together, will vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to shift the conversation a little bit to one of those things that is a pet peeve of mine. In fact, when I first looked through this bill, it was the thing that I noticed, and that is on page 10, section titled Rules. It is multiple paragraphs, three actually, related to giving the executive branch the authority to adopt, amend, or repeal rules. I really dislike the legislative branch authorizing the executive branch to do the legislative branch's job. And in fact, I have a growing amount of support for this claim if you follow the federal national conversation, because a lot of people are upset at what the executive branch at the federal level is doing, but a lot of what they're doing is actually as a result of congressional authority that was granted to them under rulemaking. And so I think we should always pause and reflect as to how much authority to make the laws, to make the rules that we live by, we are giving to unelected bureaucrats. And I have supporting evidence for this, just that last amendment. That last amendment was as relates to definitions, some that we find in rule versus those that we find in statute. And there was a whole conversation around. So, I just want to put on the record for everyone's consideration, when you're drafting bills, perhaps we can keep our own authority and not delegate that to the executive. That's all. Thank you.
Representative English. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L13 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and that has been properly displayed. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I was just asked if we had any more amendments. I said no, but I forgot about this one. We do have one more. Yay. This one is actually a very easy one. There's no reason anyone should vote no. Right here we have on page 3, line 19, we are missing a comma. Commas are very important in this work. And as well on page 11, we had a word in there that we are actually considering as quite vague, and so what we're wanting to do is direct in rulemaking, thanks to the last representative that spoke, direct in rulemaking that they actually clarify the boundaries around how the word can be used. And the word is unsafe, so that it's not so subjective, but that that there's parameters around the word unsafe, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add a moment of levity here, it is nice to be standing here together again in support of this amendment. We urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L13? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill, Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, colleagues. I know y'all probably tired of me, but it's okay. There's some things, thank you, friend. I still have some things on my mind about this particular piece of legislation that y'all need to hear, or Colorado needs to hear. Hey, Colorado. I'm being petty. Anyway, so today, I do not stand as a politician seeking applause or legislative compromise. I stand grounded in righteous outrage, clothed in the moral authority of community advocates, survivors, and generations of families who have carried the weight of educational violence too long. And just to remind the people of the state of Colorado, we are talking about how we restrain and seclude our kids, because I believe there's a way we can do that in a humane way. But I do not stand here lightly. I stand because the voices of those most harmed by our broken systems have been ignored, their pain minimized, their humanity denied. I stand as a mother, a truth teller, a grandmother, and a protector of children, always, especially those who our systems have neglected, traumatized, and betrayed for generations. I'm going to give y'all some history, too, in the midst of this, but I don't need anybody to take it personal, because we just talking. It's second reading debate, just to be clear. Today, I rise for every child who has ever been locked in a room, screaming, sobbing, and alone. For every parent who sent their child to school only to receive a phone call saying your child has been secluded. Now, there are situations where we know some students need a little TLC, and that's cool. I know. I came from the school board. Not saying that shouldn't happen, but it shouldn't happen the way it's happening right now in the state of Colorado, I'll tell you that much. But for every black and brown student who was treated like a threat rather than a treasure, and I'll share momentarily why I particularly speak to black and brown kids. And by the way, people who don't look like us, who run and say we're here to save you, we didn't ask to be saved by you. Thank you, I got it. For every disabled child whose cries for support were met not with care, but with containment. We are debating House Bill 25-1248, a bill cloaked in the language of progress, but one that fundamentally fails to protect our children. It claims to prohibit seclusion, but it does not. Hence, why I have to bring a bill to ban seclusion. But what this bill does is regulate. It regulates traumatizing our babies. I don't know how traumatizing is protecting our babies, but I digress. It gives it new rules, but it preserves the practice. It preserves the practice of traumatizing our kids. It does what so many bills in the past have done. Y'all don't have to agree. This me. I'm just talking. This the well where we all can talk and speak our piece. This is my piece. May not be yours, but embrace it in this moment. It codifies trauma and bureaucratic language, and it calls it reform. And I will not allow this chamber to paint oppression with a different brush and call it liberation. I know it's been a long morning, and I ain't never did this, but because I have to do this, because if you didn't know, you're gonna know today how passionate I am about protecting kids, for real. Not when it's convenient. I'm always about protecting kids. Some bills get through, some bills don't. So I don't know, just saying. I will not allow us to rename suffering and call it support. I will not allow us to rename suffering and call it support. We owe children honesty, and we owe them protection. Anything less is malpractice. This is not a speech. This is a reckoning. This is about where we, as lawmakers and leaders, will allow fear and liability to outweigh the lives and safety of children. This is about our failure to transform, not because we lack the knowledge, but because we lack the will. It's about our refusal to center the most impacted in the policies that govern their lives. It's about whose pain we privilege. It's about whose pain we privilege. That's who I'm up here for. Whose fear we elevate, and whose cries we allow to echo unheard. And today, I say, I'm not gonna speak for the whole, because if I say we, that means I'd be speaking for all of us. But for me, I say no more. No more silence, no more excuses, no more sacrifice of our children at the altar of institutional comfort. Let's define exactly what we're talking about. Just want to break it down. Because the language we use, it matters. Seclusion is not a timeout. It's not. It's not a redirection. It is not a reflective moment or an opportunity for a child to calm themselves. Seclusion is forced isolation of a child, often in a confined, locked, or sparsely furnished room under the guise of behavior management. And far too often, it is done without warning, without consent, and without proper monitoring. The child can be 5, 10, 13, neurodivergent, disabled, emotionally distressed, or traumatized. They may be struggling to process overwhelming emotions, expressing themselves in non-traditional ways, or simply reacting to overstimulation. But what matters is this: they are placed in a room alone. They are now incarcerated in schools. The door is shut, often locked. There are no comfort items. There are no therapeutic presence, no one kneeling beside them to talk them through the storm they're navigating. What happens next is predictable and tragic. They cry, they scream, they slam their fists against the walls. They kick the door until their legs are sore. I'm painting a true picture. I'm not just trying to be cute up here. They wet themselves from fear. They vomit from panic. They beg, yes, beg, for someone, anyone, to open the door and remind them they are not alone. And sometimes they stop begging altogether. Sometimes silence becomes the most terrifying sound of all. And this, my friends, is what we're regulating today in this chamber on second reading. And the adults, the very people charged with their care, they watch, they wait, they observe. If they observe at all, we're talking about seclusion. Don't get it confused. Through a narrow window or on a poorly placed camera, they call it a crisis response. They call it a safety protocol. But let us call it what it is. State-sanctioned abandonment. In my words, it is the use of isolation to force submission. It is the idea that obedience is more important than well-being, that compliance matters more than compassion. They are not intervening, they are enforcing. They are not supporting, they are surveilling. They are not calming a storm, they are watching a child drown in it. This is legalized trauma. It is not a therapeutic tool, and seclusion is an act. It is not a therapeutic tool. How? How can this be a tool? That's diabolical. It is not a pathway to de-escalation. It is a relic of punishment-centered systems masquerading as student support. And this bill, the one before us now, keeps that trauma alive because this is what the lobby feel is best. I blame it on them. It offers new language, but retains the old practices. Read the bill. It repackages isolation as regulation, although you'll hear different from the bill sponsors, as you should. They got to fight for what they want, just like I'm up here fighting for my babies. It codifies harm beneath the veil of procedure, and in it doing so, it tells children something chilling. Your pain will be punished. Your cries will be ignored. Your body, your needs, your fears, they are threats, not invitations for care. Your trauma is an inconvenience. Your humanity is conditional. That's what seclusion tells our kids. That's the message we are allowing to persist in our public schools. That's the reality House Bill 251248 refuses to disrupt. And unless we change course, we will continue to send children into seclusion rooms and expect them to emerge whole. Make it make sense, because it doesn't. And it doesn't make sense for a lot of moms and dads and children in the state of Colorado. The ones that elected me to fight for them, so I will. Sorry if y'all get tired of it. But they don't. They emerge wounded, they emerge weary, and some never emerge at all. Because there has been instances where there has been death of a student that has been secluded because they're banging their head constantly out of fear and trembling because they can't get out. Colorado, we don't want no babies to die on our hands. We don't. So when it comes to me, it's people over politics. And I definitely don't politic when it comes to kids. Y'all should know that about me. If you don't, you know today, you know now. That's not something we should be doing in this place. Lobbied or not, the lobby know how I roll. I'm not going to give a feel-good message. Let us be clear. Even the current laws that exist to regulate and monitor the use of seclusion in Colorado are not being followed. It's not. There's been core reports to show that what we're seeing in here and what they're doing on the outside, the math ain't mathing. We have legal requirements on the books mandating documentation, mandating reporting, mandating transparency, and yet the very institutions tasked with complying are routinely ignored because they're confused on what should be happening in Colorado when it comes to data. If you are confused in education and you're here to protect our kids, you should probably go to a different field because it shouldn't be that confusing. It should be simple on how we protect kids and what it should look like. According to a recent Chalkbeat Colorado investigation published in March 2025, only 10, listen, only 10 out of Colorado's 179 school districts that the lobby, the education lobby lobbies for, submitted seclusion data. 10 out of 179 school districts. That's the problem. Seclusion data to the state in their annual reports. I speak facts. I don't give feel-good messages. Now I have no reason to get up here and lie to the people of Colorado. I'm not that kind of legislator. Let that sink in. Out of nearly 180 districts spanning cities, suburbs, and rural communities across the state, only 10 acknowledged and documented seclusion practices in a way that the law demands. Only 10. And this bill is trying to further regulate trauma and put some cute data stuff in there that's not happening anyway. So I think, honestly, in this chamber, we need to be running the bill and enforce the bills we already ran. Because clearly, they're not being enforced. Y'all tired yet? I ain't. That's not a technical error. That's willful negligence. Willful negligence. And let me pause for a second. We have some amazing, phenomenal educators that I love and respect. I want them paid more. I want them to be treated fairly. I'm not against any educator, but what I am against is willful negligence when it comes to our babies. This failure is not new. Chalkbeat's reporting shows that despite long-standing requirements for districts to track and submit data on restraint and seclusion, compliance has been spotty at best and deliberately non-existent at worst. We have legal mechanisms in place, but no enforcement, no verification. I'm gonna talk to myself and the people of Colorado, and no repercussions for ignoring them. The state receives incomplete data, and as a result, we don't actually know how many children are being locked away. With all the education attorneys in this place, we don't actually know how many children are being locked away. We can't quantify the damage. We can't see the patterns, and we certainly can't intervene. And yet, here we are with the bill, House Bill 25-1248, that proposes to regulate seclusion under the very same broken framework. It assumes that districts will comply. It assumes that districts will follow through. It assumes that simply saying, report it, enough to make it happen. But we know better, because we've seen better, because we have the data to prove that the system is broken. And still, this bill dares to leave that system intact. The bill does not contain the muscle needed to ensure actual compliance, hence why amendments are brought to different bills. It does not mandate state-level auditing. Let's run a bill. That's what we're here to do. Make laws that help the people of Colorado have a better quality of life, inclusive to our students. It does not even establish independent review. It does not impose real consequences for failure to report what they haven't been reporting anyway. 10 schools out of 179 school districts, that's crazy. It simply hopes that districts will do better despite the overwhelming evidence that they have not and will not without stronger policy. And who pays the price for that hope? Children. Black children, brown children, disabled children, children who rely on adults to speak up and protect them from behind these closed doors. That is our job. Hope is not a policy. Hope will not shield a child from the trauma of being locked alone in a room. Only real, enforceable, accountable legislation will do that. And so, I say, if districts are already ignoring the current law, then we have no moral or logical ground to believe they will honor this new bill. The only path forward is to get stricter, to establish non-negotiable bans, independent oversight, public transparency for the people, and enforceable penalties. Because if we don't, we are writing legislation in invisible ink. And the message it sends is that compliance is optional and children's safety is expendable. Let's talk about data for a second. Y'all full, y'all just ate lunch. Let's talk about who this is really happening to and who it isn't. Let's examine how our schools have created patterns of harm that are predictable, measurable, and deeply unjust. Y'all gonna miss these stats. According to the most recent civil rights data collection by the United States Department of Education, Black students represent about 15% of public school enrollment, but they make up 34% of students subjected to seclusion. Students with disabilities make up about 13% of the student population, but represent 80% of students restrained or secluded. Latino and indigenous students are also overrepresented in restraint and seclusion incidents. White students, while still affected, are far less likely to be secluded or restrained relative to their population share. Let's add to this, because we about data in this place. 1 in 4 schools that use seclusion or restraint do so exclusively on students with disabilities. And nearly 70% of schools that use these interventions report no other behavioral supports being in place. What does that tell you? It tells you that this is not a question of behavior. This is a question of bias. It is a question of who we feel entitled to punish and who we feel obligated to protect. It tells you that we are not punishing kids for being dangerous. We are punishing them for being different, for being black, for being neurodivergent, for being non-compliant, for responding to trauma with survival mechanisms we refuse to understand or accommodate. These numbers tell a story of institutionalized harm, of a school system that responds to the needs of some children with empathy and patience, and to the needs of others with isolation and pain. It tells us that schools too often become mirrors of society, broader racial and ableist biases punishing the children who most need understanding. Let me be clear. When we punish that difference, when we isolate and seclude and restrain, we do not teach safety. We teach shame. We teach children that their bodies are threats, that their behavior is criminal, that their presence is a problem. We do not teach accountability. We teach abandonment. We do not create calm. We create trauma. We do not foster growth. we foster fear. These numbers should not merely inform policy, they should take us to the core, because they are not just data points, they are children. They are children. They are children. They are lives derailed. They are stories interrupted by systems that were supposed to support, not suffocate them. Let's talk about the plantation, roots of seclusion. Why I got y'all attention. Thank you, friend. Let's tell the truth. Let's peel back the layers of sanitized language, of policy-driven euphemisms, and face what lies at the heart of this practice. We talking about the practice, not the people. America has a long, brutal, and deeply entrenched history of punishing and controlling black bodies. On plantations, just want to give some context, enslaved Africans were not just worked, they were policed. Every moment scrutinized, every voice silenced, every motion seen as defiance. The punishment for speaking out, isolation, for being two-spirited, confinement, for resistance, public torture, designed not only to break the individual, but to send a message to the entire enslaved community. Compliance or suffering, that control, that dehumanization was not accidental. It was fundamental. And when the shackles of slavery were formally removed, the systems of domination simply changed form. That legacy did not end with emancipation, it evolved. It became convict leasing, where black bodies were re-enslaved under the guise of criminal justice. Then came Jim Crow laws, legalized apartheid that restricted movement, silenced voices, and punished autonomy. Then the civil rights era, backlash, mass incarceration, racialized policing, and underfunded, over-policed public schools. And now, the same drive to control and subdue exists in today's seclusion rooms, often found in the very institutions that claim to educate and uplift. We've never dealt with the root. We've just found new language for it. America has an addiction, a perverse historic fetish for controlling and tormenting certain classes of people. That fetish is not just about punishment, it's about systemic belief that certain class of people must be dominated, must be reshaped, must be subdued until they conform to white expectations of behavior, of decorum, of compliance. I only said that, people, because these are the people that said, the main people that are saying seclusion is okay. So, sorry, don't get upset, sorry. We dress it up now. We give it policy memos. We call it behavioral support or emergence, response, or de-escalation. And I'm simply speaking to the people, the only people that showed up in committee, not trying to be offensive at all. But Georgia banned seclusion. Georgia banned seclusion. Hawaii banned seclusion. Nevada tightened the legal definitions and imposed training documentation requirements. Pennsylvania created comprehensive guidelines that emphasized proactive supports. Texas enforced significant transparency and required family engagement and oversight. Hawaii implemented tight restrictions and reporting requirements on seclusion, treating it as last resort instead of a go-to. And so when we're talking about banning seclusion or regulating seclusion and restraint, this is not something that if we take away from the kids of Colorado, again, no matter what color they are, that the Colorado school systems will go down in the dumps, because that's simply not true. But let our children see us fight for them. not just with words, but with policy. Let this moment be one we are proud to speak of decades from now, not a shame we must explain away. Let justice roll down like waters and let it flood every seclusion room, every trauma closet, every locked door, and every policy of oppression until they are no more. I yield only to the cries of our children. I yield only to truth. I yield only to justice. I do not yield to fear. I do not yield to institutional neglect. I do not yield to politics of harm. I do not yield to this bill. I'm simply saying this is not protecting kids. This is regulating how we traumatize kids. And this is not something that the people of Colorado should be doing. We must have courage to stand in the gap, even when it's not popular, even when it's not easy, even when it is uncomfortable, because that is what true justice demands. And as long as I'm elected, as long as I'm a legislator, and I'm honestly yielding my time, because I had like 7 more pages that I could have read, but I'm not. Because I think the data speaks volume, and how we continue to choose to regulate how we traumatize our students is the question before us today in House Bill 25-1248. I will always, always fight for kids in this chamber.
Representatives Zokai and Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am glad that we have so much shared passion around this issue in this chamber. And through this discussion, it is very clear that we all deeply care about kids. I appreciate the input and the discussion that we have had today. You know, as a kid who entered school not speaking English, I know that certain kids are treated differently by their peers, by their teachers, by school administrators. And now as a mom with 2 brown kids in school, I am deeply aware of the statistics that were shared today. We need to protect our kids, and this bill is an important step in doing that. For too long, this law has been confusing, and that confusion has hurt teachers and parents, but most importantly, it's hurt kids in schools. And it's because of the lack of clarity. This is an important cleanup, and it is not the only step in solving this issue, but it is a necessary first step to help everyone follow the law and to help families enforce the law. Because what we've heard today is many stories that were horrific and that are illegal and in violation of the law. And we need to hold those actions accountable. We need to have clear and consistent standards. And just to draw everyone back to what this bill is, it is ensuring that our laws around seclusion in schools are not tangled up with regulations for restraint in secured facilities. It is not the only solution. It is just that first step. You've heard about the lack of data, and this bill is to address just that. We have to have the data around restraint and seclusion in order to prevent restraint and seclusion. And if any member of this body would like to take this work further, I encourage their efforts and look forward to working with them to do so.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for all of her help in working on this bill and for her words. That's the last time I let you go first, though. No, I'm just kidding. As my colleague said, it's abundantly clear that we all care about kids, so I really do appreciate this discussion. It's something that you know, we're always learning, and I learned some lessons today about a lot. And I came in with a lesson that change takes time. And that's what we're doing, is we are taking a first step. So I'm excited to continue this work, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1248? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1248 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of 1301.
House Bill 1301 by Representatives Carter and Espinoza, also Senator Roberts, concerning the addition of voice court reporters to the list of professionals who may administer an oath of affirmation.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, members. This is a bill that is necessary. It was something we discovered in COVID, that court reporters by video conferencing would be very effective in helping our court process. At the time, let me start. Sorry, Madam Chair. I move 251301.
Perfect. To the bill.
There was no committee report, so to the bill. Let me go back. So it's a relatively simple amendment to the existing statute, which will add certified verbatim reporter or certified verbatim reporter stenotype, two additional qualified individuals who can then administer the oath in court, which helps the court process and reduces court costs. So we ask that the bill, we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. As my co-prime indicated, this bill is just an extension of what was already happening in COVID. We found out that there were a lot of things that we could do. We just did not realize it. The only oversight was we were having our stenographers do this type of work off-site, but there was a hole in the law in which, while they could take down transcripts off-site, they were not able to actually take an oath. The individual needed to be in the room. All this does is fix that small portion of the law, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill. I was a yes. I believe it was unanimous in committee. It's a good bill. I support it. It promotes government efficiency. There is just one hang-up that I do have on it, and it is my opinion that I feel like it's a misuse of the safety clause. I don't think there's justification for not doing a petition clause on this, and I and some of my colleagues have been pretty critical of overusing of the safety clause intended for emergencies. So with that, Madam Chair, I move L001 to House Bill 1301 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion and has been displayed. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just to reiterate, this is a good bill. And like I said, I was a yes on it. And I believe my colleagues on the same aisle as me were yeses on it. And this is the one small ask that we have. It's safety clauses have a purpose. It specifically talks about for public safety or emergencies. This is not a situation that makes sense for a safety clause. I mean, is it really an emergency when it's a certain way right now? This bill changes it, again, to what I think makes better government efficiency by allowing additional people to give this oath. That makes sense to me. Again, it's pro-government efficiency, makes the process easier for our courts. So I am in support of the bill, but I am hung up on this. Some other colleagues I've talked to on my side of the aisle are hung up on this as well. We just don't want to continually encourage the misuse of safety clauses when we feel that they should be petitions. So I'm going to urge an aye vote on this amendment, and I hope you will be in support of it.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would ask for a no vote on this amendment. The issue here is financial one, and this body is so concerned about financial issues. If we don't pass this, it's costing a lot of money to have people in person in the courts. And so what we're trying to do is fill that hole for the courts and allow this off-site recordings to be done. And so we want to do this as quickly as possible. It does not have a safety impact. It does not have another impact, but it would have a financial impact on the courts in that we really want to get these individuals qualified to administer that oath. It's the only thing they're not doing now, but we hate to have an in-person person having to be in the courtroom until this bill gets through. So we would ask for a no vote on the petition clause. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel it's a reasonable request, and I mean, if we're going to be told that there's a cost and you know we can't afford it and we have to do it right away, I would like to see some numbers, see how much it is actually costing for it to the way it currently is, and then how much money we would save by doing this a few months earlier. So again, I'm gonna re-urge an aye vote on this. I think we misuse the safety clause way too much on this, and I want to stay a yes. I can't promise I'm going to be a yes on third readings if we can't get a little bit of a compromise on this issue. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors. Very much appreciate this bill, but just like my good colleague said, misuse of the safety clause. An oath is there to protect the people, so by allowing for a petition, we are giving the people the voice. So if you want to take an oath for the people, let the people have a voice. It is a safety clause, it's not a financial clause, so if that's the reason holding this up, let's move this so we can get the full support that this bill deserves, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment to move the safety clause to petition.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question. I'm sorry, what? Wonderful. You said division, what? Okay. All right, we have heard the request for a division and we'll stand in a brief recess.
The House will come back to order. And the House will go into a brief recess. All right, the House will come back to order for real this time. Okay. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001 to House Bill 1301. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L001, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until a count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L001 is lost. To the bill. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1301. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1301 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 25.
House Bill 1294 by, House Bill 1294 by Representatives Jackson and Joseph, also Senator Exum, concerning prohibition of certain monetary assessments against the juvenile in the justice system.
Representative Jackson.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 251294 and the Judiciary Committee report.
That is a proper motion. To the committee report. Representative Jackson.
Colleagues, during the committee, we submitted an amendment regarding a strike below to this, to some of the language in the bill. And basically what this bill is to keep the non-collection of certain administrative fees for juveniles in the court system, to make sure that that does not sunset. It is scheduled to sunset on June 30th of this year. And this is in relation to House Bill 211315 that was approved by this body from and was sponsored by Rep. Soper as well as Rep. Herod. And so what we're aiming to do here is to make sure that the fees and costs for these administrative fees and costs for juveniles, that they do not start being collected again beginning July 1st of this year. And we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. Those all in favor say aye. Those all opposed say no. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a yes vote on 1294. Again, as you've heard, 1294 just ensures the status quo when it comes to 1315, which eliminates financial burdens on families, reduce recidivism, promotes equity, and vacate outstanding fee balances, and ensure efficiency as it relates to state resources, and we ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1294? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Judiciary, we talked about the fact that this is something, like anything, it needs to have a sunset date. It needs to have a date where it can be reviewed, whether it's still needed, whether it's a good time. And right now, the way that we came into this session, we are, again, $1 billion in debt coming into this session. We're trying to figure that out, but we don't need to find more ways to spend money or put money on the taxpayers and out of Tabor to something that we can find other ways of funding. We can actually charge the people the fees that are able to pay. Obviously, the ones that aren't are going to go to taxpayers anyway, but we don't need to put that whole burden on taxpayers. We don't need to put that on Tabor when our state is already in the financial crisis that it's in. So in doing this, we're just adding on to that. So I think the responsible thing to do would be leave the sunset date on this and not make an indefinite date, keeping a sunset date. I think this is something we can come back to this and rethink this later. But when we're sitting here trying to fund and we're cutting funds for all the different important things that we're doing, we're still finding little backdoor ways to try to fund things that shouldn't be getting funded right now. We can definitely sunset something and readdress it at a later date, but right now, in the financial crisis we're in, we need to be focusing on that and getting out of debt, not creating more debt, not creating more burden on our taxpayers. So I encourage a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too was in Judiciary when this came through. This was recent. This is like, wow, I can't believe it's already here. But, so with this bill, basically, it had a sunset on it for a reason, right? The sunset allowed us to kind of determine what this was going to do actually to the pockets of the people and to Colorado. And after 2021, we basically ended up vacating $10.4 million in fees, which were actually going to help victim advocacies and victim organizations, which these juveniles or sometimes our young adults actually caused. I had mentioned when I was in there that I would like to see this actually on the ballot for the people of Colorado to actually vote on, because I can almost guarantee you they're not willing to foot the bill for young criminals to get off scot-free. And as far as the fiscal note, I believe it's incomplete. I don't believe that it's actually shows the truth of what's happening, and there will be a huge impact on Tabor refunds. So now the people are actually paying for this. Tabor refunds are being affected. And you have to ask, who's paying for this? If they don't have to pay, who's paying? That's you and me. That's the people of Colorado paying for these kids, and it's just not fair. And in the bill, it says, well, if you're of a lower income, then you get off scot-free. If you're of a higher income, well, then you still got to pay. But a crime is a crime. It doesn't matter who did it and what their income level is or what their parents make. A crime it should just be paid for. If you're willing, where I come from, and the way I was raised, Gen X style, if you do the crime, you do the time, you pay the fine. That's just plain and simple. It doesn't matter where you come from or how you were raised. That is just what you're going to get. And that's what we need to hold these kids to. And, we had a 5-year spin on it. We realized that it's far, far too expensive for Colorado to foot this bill, and the people of Colorado already don't have enough money in their own pockets. Now they're going to be paying for somebody else's kids to go around and screw around and get in trouble. I have a huge problem with that. Maybe the costs can come out of the Judicial Department. Maybe something like that, but right now, and plus they said it was costing 75 cents to get 25 cents. I completely, absolutely disagree with that. If you look at the math, it does not add up. And I really hope that people can see this bill for what it really, truly is. We had a sunset We saw what it cost. We're not willing to let them skip out on the cost of that, and I'm not willing to foot the bill. I'm not willing to pass the buck along to the people. So we're trying to make things affordable for everyone else, but yet we're letting delinquents and criminals, whatever age, get away with it scot-free. And I have a hard time swallowing that. And I'm here to help save people in my district money, and this is not going to do it. We've learned over the last 5 years, which I disagree with the original bill that came out. So I definitely disagree with making this a permanent. This isn't just sunsetting it or making it to we have another sunset. This is making it permanent. So you will permanently pay for these kids, for these juveniles, for their court costs and the trouble that they caused. So I have a huge problem with this bill, and I'm really hoping that we can vote against it and get back to work saving money for the people of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not really going to add much that wasn't already set up here, but just it's a principal issue for me. We're having the taxpayers pay these fines that came from crimes. Let's be clear about that. There were crimes that were committed, and now we had taxpayers foot the bill. And if I'm not mistaken, it's coming from Tabor as well. So it's kind of a double whammy because you're losing those portion of that Tabor refund on top of already paying for it up front through your tax money. So I understand the intent of the bill. Understand it's trying to help parents and guardians if their juveniles got into trouble. But again, fundamentally, on a principal level, it's not on the taxpayers to do this. It's not on taking from Tabor, which is the taxpayers' money to begin with. So I urge a no on this bill. Thank you very much.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify about responsibility, fiscal responsibility. The dollars that we're talking about has nothing to do with restitution. We want to make sure that victims of crime are compensated fully for the harm that has been done to them. We're not talking about restitution. We are specifically talking about the administrative costs. These costs have nothing to do with effective rehabilitation or reentry into our communities. And I am an advocate for fiscal responsibility, and I feel like the mischaracterization by my colleagues regarding the fees here, it costs 70 cents for the state to collect 25 cents of these fees. And if we're paying a higher cost to recoup a lesser amount, that's fiscally irresponsible, and I would like someone to help me make it make sense. And another thing that I would like to point out at this time is that since the passage of this bill, these fees and costs have not been collected. And so if this bill sunsets, then we have about 4,000 cases of juveniles who didn't have these costs, and now all of a sudden after 4 years are going to be hit with, oh yeah, by the way, now you have to pay these costs and fees that you didn't have to pay when you were first sentenced in 2021. So I do understand the argument, but if it costs more money than what we would get, and especially in the budget climate that we're in right now, it doesn't make any sense. So I would ask for a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, there are a number of considerations, and I agree with my colleague that when you talk about those fees that go to collections, there is a different component to this. But I do think it's important for us to recognize that costs are borne as a result of individuals making poor choices that impact society and that bring them into the court system to begin with. And the question becomes, who should bear those costs? Should it be the person who acted poorly, or should it be society generally? That is the entry-level question. That is the entry-level analysis. And that, I believe, is what my colleague was pointing to when he was saying that the taxpayer is getting a double or triple hit. Because there was a hit to society in whatever criminal activity was completed and the costs associated with that, plus the taxpayer having to refund this, and if he's accurate in those dollars coming out of Tabor, it not coming from general fund such that that they are, well, there's that additional layer, right, in terms of they are not getting that reimbursement. And so when we look at that first level, there is a substantial question of who should bear the burden. Should it be the person who acted and their family, or should it be society as a whole? That is the initial question. Now, you do have that corresponding layer of analysis vis-a-vis collections and whether or not it is worth going to collections. And I do think that that's a valid conversation to have. But when we suggest that somehow it is wrong to point out the fiscal impact on taxpayers for that initial layer, I think that we're missing the issue. And so I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also wanted to point out, first of all, I believe the 70 cents, 75 cents, 25 cents is just pure hogwash. The money that we're actually going to be getting, that money that you get from the juveniles, criminals, actually goes to help organizations like COVA, which are for the victims. So not only are the victims getting victimized originally, now the money that actually would have gone into, not only pay for part of the court costs, but also go into these organizations to help the victims that have been victimized by the criminals, that money's not even going there. They're literally going bankrupt because they don't have the money that they used to have, that they used to get from these fines and fees that the juvenile criminals used to have to pay. So now you're victimizing the victims all over again because they can't get the help and services that were caused, for the problems that were caused by the original juvenile criminals to begin with. Again, the people are paying for this, the victims are paying for this, and the juvenile delinquents criminals are getting off scot-free. Enough is enough. We need to make sure that these kids, that we sunset this bill, make it end, because if you want to make sense, make it end, and that'll make sense. The skewed math will be gone, and then everything will go back to normal the way it should be, and victims will be getting the help that they deserve. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 25-1294. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1294 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the House Bill 25-1031.
House Bill 1031 by Representatives Bacon and Clifford concerning a prohibition on whistleblower retaliation in law enforcement.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1031 in the Judiciary Committee report.
That is a proper motion to the committee report.
Thank you. In Judiciary, we brought a few amendments to the bill that would help clean up some of the language as well as provide clarity around components of the bill, primarily when it came to the civil procedure. We added language that rewrote how one could, what the standards were in regards to factors for which one would be retaliated against. We created a standard in the affirmative defense, and we recrafted a section to be clear around the private right of action, as well as what could be recovered there. And then lastly, we clarified how much time one would need for something to be internally investigated before they could pursue action in court. And with that, Mr. Chair, we urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Caldwell.
Committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I run L020 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. I move L020 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion and it has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in committee, when we heard this bill, I agree with this bill. This is a good bill, giving protection for our police officers, our whistleblowers. I wanted to vote yes on it. I ended up being a no, but the reason I was a no was because there's one hang-up that I had, and it had to do with caps for these settlements. Right now, the state, under the CGIA, the state has caps, and I think it equates to about $424,000 total. And what we're doing is we're not giving the municipalities the same standards that we're giving the state. There's no caps currently right now. And so what this amendment does is this amendment looks to instill the same requirements, basically the caps that CGIA has. We don't want to just have an open-ended lawsuit ability or settlement ability where our municipalities are now facing multi-million-dollar settlements for these whistleblower complaints when the state doesn't even have to get to that. So, I've had a lot of discussions with the bill sponsors. The bill sponsors have signaled to me, and I hope they get up here and speak about it in a second, but the bill sponsors have more or less said that they've committed to continue working on this issue and maybe addressing it in the Senate. And I am hoping that is the case, but I am running this amendment just to be sure. So I hope the bill sponsors will speak to this.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleague for talking about the bill and setting the context for this. Members, we have not had a chance to actually talk with our stakeholders, including those line officers that have been harmed, in determining any sort of amount around a cap, if at all. I will say that when we did draft this bill, something I shared in committee, that we took certain types of damages off the table, kind of in the spirit of what you just heard. So for example, there are no punitive damages in this bill, and punitive damages are the ones that typically get up into the millions because we agree that's public dollars. In the bill, we have compensatory or actual damages, and those are damages that include things that you have receipts for, as well as things that may come with costs of having been demoted or having hours reduced or whatnot. And so in the spirit of transparency, we want to acknowledge that we heard the request and that we also want to spend a little bit more time with our whistleblowers who came forward to help us determine what this is. Lastly, I would say that the spirit of CGIA, I would agree in that the caps are there because it's public dollars. However, in the events and occasions, because it is allowed to go beyond the caps, we have seen it in other areas of law. And on this topic of whistleblowing, which is to work for the public good, we believe that we would want something to help with external accountability, that everyone kind of recognize that and create environments where no one has to whistleblow in the first place. And so we just wanted to share that by way of the commentary here, but we do not intend to address damages this way today at this time.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The thing I want to talk about this bill, and there's a few other bills that are in this space, this was a process that we started back in June and that we met at least weekly from now all the way through, almost through session, to tell you the truth. So 8 months. One of the promises that we've made and how we functioned at every turn in this legislation is that when we made a change or when we looked at it, regardless of whether it came from the chiefs or the sheriffs or the chiefs and the sheriffs getting together or from the DAs, or even if it came to us when we were not in the room together, which sometime did happen, we did give everybody the opportunity to go back and deal with that particular thing. So I am going to request a no vote on any amendments to this bill in the House today, even if I think that they might be things that we are going to continue to work on in the Senate, and that is just by agreement to a much larger group. Every time we dip our toe in this water, it makes a ripple, and some organization or group has some interest. The stakeholding process in this piece was roughly 60-ish people. You know, everything from community members, media, the members of the public, but the Colorado Sheriff's Association, Colorado Chiefs Association, DAs, Department of Public Safety, and on and on and on. This has been a large process that everyone has been invited to. We had this process about as open as anything that I have seen in this building. And in respect for everyone involved, we're going to make sure that every time we make a move, that we give everyone the opportunity to be part of that move. So I will be urging a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel this bill comes from something last year that was a little contentious, but I mean, with the way things came through in committee this go around, everything that we heard seemed reasonable. There were still some issues. The only thing was this issue came to light, and it was something that we felt like, understanding in committee that it was still something that was being worked on. It's still an issue to some of the people out there. So it's one of those things where it is just one of those issues that we kind of got hung up on, and that hoping that it would be corrected. There were talks of it being corrected either here or in the Senate, but I'm one of those people too. By principle, I like to fix things before they move forward, not just keep promising until the field goal, the end zone gets moved again. After the way things went last year, I don't want to see that repeated in something where the process and the procedure ruins the policy. I would like to see action, or at least a confirmation of action on this. So if we are going to move forward with this, I would still consider and encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, further discussion with the bill sponsors. They've committed to continuing working with all the stakeholders on this as it goes forward over to the Senate. I believe they are working in good faith, and the amount of work that they've put into this over the last, I believe, 8 months or so or longer, it feels genuine, and so I appreciate it. So I ask Mr. Chair that I withdraw L020.
Amendment L020 has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
To the committee report. Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak for my district, House District 65, and some law enforcement that I heard from in stakeholding what my vote might be. This is what I heard from him. At the county level, we follow county code and our policy when it comes to terminating any employee. When any employee is terminated, they have a grievance process that is jointly conducted with Human Resources, the county attorney, and the sheriff's office. I actually had to participate in one of these in January involving a deputy that we fired for poor performance issues. Bills like this suggest that we fire people who report people or disclose information that are in violation of the law or policy. We welcome it. We hold ourselves to a very high standard, and when we learn of a misconduct, we take action. A few years ago, I was in the jail. I recommended the termination of one of my academy classmates for excessive force. We learned about the incident from a deputy and a sergeant on scene who observed his actions. We took no adverse actions against the people that reported the excessive force. I would like to know why this legislation is being drafted. If there's an agency that is firing people who report misconduct, they should be held accountable, not through legislation that impacts everyone. So just to the point of blanket legislation for the entire state of Colorado and one-size-fits-all legislation, we really should be thinking about today's solution being tomorrow's problem. Thank you.
Is there any further? Representative Clifford.
this was not really to the committee report, so we will respond to Rep. Garcia Sander when we're speaking to the bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Clifford.
Again, this has been an extraordinary stakeholder process, and we'll talk about a little bit about why this bill is needed statewide. So we have robust, actually really well done. I tell you, for somebody who's been in the law lately looking at whistleblower protections, our state level protections are pretty extraordinary, and we have an entire agency that's responsible for dealing with those things. The majority of the police and sheriff's departments in this state are not 400-person departments or 200-person departments. In fact, you know, if you look at Los Animas County, for instance, I think they are 10 deputies, maybe 9 deputies in the sheriff, but somewhere around 10 whole people that are responsible for 5,000 square miles of policing. You know, that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about an HR department. The sheriff is the HR department. When there's a complaint, it's one of those 10 people. And we have 34 current whistleblowers across the state that are engaged with us in this process. Another thing about all of the legislation that are coming out of what we call the Law Enforcement Working Group, we did not work on anything that the group didn't determine was an issue. And sheriffs were there. County sheriffs of Colorado were there. Multiple individual sheriffs were there. I think at some meetings we had 8, 9 sheriffs that were involved with this. And when we would bring up questions about, is this needed, sometimes the conversation would immediately go to a reactionary pause of, we don't need something that's a one-size-fits-all for our department. And then another sheriff would speak up and say, wait a minute, let me tell you what happened in my department. We had 2 sheriffs that brought their own concerns, not as whistleblowers, but things when they got elected to their office, they inherited problems in their office. One sheriff described, finding out investigations had been basically remanded to the sheriff's desk for a period of years, and then she had to stop and deal with those issues and terminate those employees and do all of that work when she inherited the sheriff's department. We had another sheriff just very recently that inherited his department with major concerns, and I don't know if that sheriff went to jail, but he was definitely convicted of a number of crimes. So the problems that we're solving here are not one that have been solved in a vacuum. They came from the larger dialogue and community. And if you get down into the weeds of the stuff that we still are working out, we are in the weeds on the stuff we're working out. We're talking about things like on affirmative defense, whether it should be a preponderance of the evidence or whether it should be a clear and convincing standard. We're talking about legal terms that are so far into law that if you're not uniquely engaged in this area of law, most people would have no idea what we were even trying to work out. We didn't solve a problem here that didn't exist. What we are solving for is what groups came together collectively and then determined the problem was there to solve and solved it. And we've done that throughout this entire process, and that's what this looks like. So if there's a sheriff out there that thinks we don't need it, they may be correct in their county that it's not needed because they have a robust process. Many of the sheriffs and the chiefs of police that were involved in this process were the sheriffs and the chiefs of police that are already doing this perfectly well, and it's going extraordinary in their departments, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a statewide concern. So we adopted this as a statewide concern. We believe that it is, and we have wide agreement across a massive stakeholder group on that this is something that we need to do.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Members, we jumped into something, and for those of you who are listening or paying attention today, I want to bring us back to why we are bringing this bill. Many of us, I know we have new members, but many of us were here towards the last weeks of session last year where I brought forward a bill along with then Representative Herod in regards to in a very unfortunate and egregious set of circumstances. And I want to share them again here so we can understand what the purpose of this is as well. Last year, we heard from a line officer who was assaulted sexually by her commanding officer on the job. And what she brought to us was a few things. She said, one, I don't know if anybody who supports me through this, who is going to testify what they've seen by way of how I've been treated, will be protected. She also said, I was, quite frankly, loosely coerced or under duress to behave in certain ways and to say certain things that got me put on our post-certification list for being untruthful. And the conversations that we had were twofold. One, there seems to be lack of law to support her with that, but two, what does it mean to pass a law in regards to stakeholding? Because a big point of contention around that bill was that the law enforcement community felt like they were not included in the bill that we drafted. And so since April, and I just want to point that out because we're like 5 days from April, we spent months working with people in law enforcement and employment law attorneys to be able to create statute to fill that gap. Of the law enforcement groups, we have one that is neutral, that is currently with the amendments we passed in committee, which is the sheriffs and counties. FOP supports, and we're still working with the chiefs, and part of the conversation was about the amendments before. District attorneys are out, and so we spent a lot of time to construct law because the truth of the matter is, without this, what we just had was a bunch of case law to go to court over wrongful termination. And so what this bill does is it creates an actual whistleblower protection as a status and a cause of action. That if somebody does want to report that they're seeing a violation of law or rule or regulation, that is protected activity and they should not receive adverse action for that. Now, what we also put in the bill is that agencies that do have the capacity and policies have 180 days to cure. And if they don't, one can go to court. And so I wanted to start with that and to let people know that the reason why we bring whistleblower bills are a matter of public policy, that we can indicate, and particularly, and I think I keep saying this because I'm just so astounded that Jennifer Bacon is supporting law enforcement this way because of how important it is of what they do. He knows. I'm sorry, nobody. I'm just talking to three people. We're just talking right here. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, 5.
Oh, yay.
Take it back, 5.
And we're doing side smirks here because we've had these conversations for a long time in judiciary. And what we recognized is there is something to be said about protecting the people who are supposed to protect us. And if they have no safety or security in reporting breaking of the law from the very people who are supposed to uphold it, then that is of the public interest, and we need to be clearer. And that is why we are bringing this bill forward, because it signals a few things. It signals to our larger public and community that there is an external mechanism to be sure that people are safe when they whistleblow, but also if it does happen to someone, they clearly know how to proceed, because without it, it was just a mess that was actually figured out in court, which is much more expensive when you don't have elements identified. And so that's why we are bringing this bill at the request of those who do this work. And for what it's worth, as much as we talk about support of those who experience violence and assault, we have to recognize that we had two people, or one woman that was very brave to sit in a room with people who hurt her. But she is also someone who has been assaulted and is a victim. And I don't want to say it that way, but we want to do the best to prevent that and or recognize that when that happens, there is a course of action. And that it is also that serious, which is why we are still having conversations on damages, actually. It is that serious. And so, again, we want to thank everyone who supported us with this, which includes attorneys who represent police officers. so that we could best understand the space and that what we write fits. And so that's why we're asking that we support this bill and that we are able to continue to have conversations. But if this is about stakeholding and doing things properly, we believe we have done so. And we believe we have created law that is sound and that is actually something that people can follow. So thank you all for listening.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to go back to what this came from last year with 1460 that came through. That was a lot of different things that were under one bill title that are now in four different bills. So, I mean, the issues that were brought up were part of the reason we wanted to stop that last year. Is there's too many things under one bill title that we're trying to cover. And the way this was broken down this year, the way that the stakeholding and everything else that happened was done was much more appropriate to that level. The only thing that got me was just after last year, the way things were coming in this year, I wanted to be sure. Two of us voted no in committee when this came through, only on the premise that there were still some needs that needed to be met, and there were just still, I felt a little bit of a lack of trust after the way things went last year. So I completely appreciate the stakeholding that was done and the communication that was done and the willingness to hear the people that felt like they were ignored in the law enforcement community last year. There are still some of those things that are concerns from the law enforcement community. Granted, most of those needs have been met. Close to all of them have been met, but those things like the caps and what the amendment was earlier, those things are still things that they are wanting addressed. So I think in good faith of just understanding that and at least making every effort to make those needs met before this gets through both chambers. I would like it before it left this chamber, but to see those things met and knowing that the stakeholding happened, knowing that the majority of the people that were involved in this that felt like they were ignored last year are being heard this year, this is a much better place to be in moving this bill forward. So I appreciate for both the bill sponsors everything that went into this one as far as the whistleblowing was made. But that's why I just wanted to make people understand why there were two of us that voted no in committee, but why this is still something that I want to see get through, but at the best possible way that it can, based on who felt like they were betrayed or otherwise just ignored last year. So thank you both again.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the bill sponsors, especially AML Bacon, for clarifying some things that were brought forward. And I guess to the public, just a reminder, if you do the right thing when nobody's looking, then we wouldn't have to run legislation like this to clean stuff up. So that's my teacher voice. Thanks.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep. Garcia, what you said is right. And the message should be heard loud and clear that the General Assembly of the State of Colorado expects police officers to be able to work in an environment that's safe for them, and that they shouldn't expect that their career gets jammed up in the 25th year, or that they get sideways someplace and they have no reproach. And, you know, I am wide open for continuing dialogue to get the caps there, but if you just Googled in the last few weeks, in just a county right next door, there are no caps. $1.2 million was a judgment on one person for this very recently. That's not $425,000. So I do think that these conversations have to be wider. And I think that they have to continue to slow down and get engaged. But the message is exactly the one you're talking about. In this state, we expect for somebody to come forward if something in their law enforcement agency is not working. State employees can even come to the General Assembly if they have something that's not working. And we don't have that process, and we didn't have an external review process, and we had something where basically you could stop an investigation for something that was even largely egregious or criminal just by having city attorney have an opinion, or a town manager having an opinion, or a chief of police having an opinion, or a sheriff having an opinion. It could just stop the whole thing. And this is making sure that police officers that go to work to protect us day in and day out have their own protections in their workplace. Blessed are the peacemakers. It's our job to take care of them. So that's what we're doing with this bill today, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1031? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1031. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 25-1031 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 25-1096.
House Bill 1096 by Representatives Smith and Brown, also Senator Ball, concerning automated permitting for residential clean energy technology projects and in connection therewith, requiring counties and municipalities over a certain population and the State Electrical Board to implement an automated residential solar permitting platform to review and issue permits related to residential solar panel installations.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1096, the Environment and Energy and Environment Committee report, and the report from the Committee on Finance.
To the Committee on Finance, or to the report on the Committee on Finance, Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the Committee on Finance, we had a very robust discussion about the parameters of this bill. We stripped this bill down to some important protections and improvements to a grant program that helps municipal governments adopt automated permitting technologies. We'd ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the finance report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The finance report passes. Given that, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my understanding that we are now on the bill. Is that correct?
Representative Brown, that is my understanding as well. The finance report strikes the energy and environment report to the bill. Representative Brown. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much to my incredible co-sponsor. This bill's been through all sorts of ups and downs, and it's been really great to have him as a colleague, as a newly elected representative. So thank you so much. So basically, at this point, what this bill does, at the request of the Colorado Energy Office, is to fix the grant program that Representative Brown and, I don't know who your co-sponsor was?
The representative from Delta County.
Representative Soper had. And it makes some technical fixes. We responded to issues that Gilpin County had, saying that 6 months is too short of a time to implement this instant solar permitting. So at this point, all we have is the grant program, and we are hoping that cities and municipalities will uptake this grant and show that this instant permitting does save time and money for homeowners as well as the local government entities. And I move HB 1096 as amended and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like my co-sponsor said, I am incredibly grateful for her partnership in this. It has been a journey. I think what we have left here is worthy of moving forward. It will help add additional
Brown,
flexibility.
apologies. Colleagues, if we could have the volume in the room just lower just slightly so we can account for the microphones at the speaker down the well. Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We'll be brief. I'll just say that this bill is worthy of moving forward, and it makes important changes to the grant program that adds flexibilities to our municipalities and our counties that will allow them to pursue grant dollars that allow them to implement automated solar permitting processes. We hope that many more counties will do that and save Coloradans time and money as they try to implement solar on their house. And so we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1096? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1096. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1096 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 25-1244. 1044. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1244 to tomorrow.
That is a proper motion. House Bill 1244 is moved to tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 25-1082.
House Bill 1082 by Representatives Weinberg and Brown, also Senators Pelton R. and Michelson Janae, concerning authorizing certain individuals to complete actions related to death certificates.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. I move House Bill 25-1082 in the State Affairs and Appropriations Committee reports.
That is a proper motion to the committee report. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we added an appropriations clause that gives some money from an existing cash fund. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Brown.
I think we're on the State Affairs Committee report now.
Correction, to the State Affairs Committee report. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Committee on State Affairs, we added some specific language. We changed the way that the specific physician's assistants and advanced practice registered nurses were referred to throughout the bill. Instead of using words like qualified individual, we actually call out those professions specifically. That adds more clarity, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The State Affairs report passes. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004 to House Bill 1082 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L004 has been properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very small, very technical amendment that is based on conversations that we had with the Hospital Association. It just clarifies exactly what we're talking about. We use the words medical certificate of death as opposed to death certificate now, and we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L004 passes. To the bill, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. Fellow colleagues, this bill allows qualified healthcare professionals, including physician assistants and advanced practice registered nurses, to complete medical certifications for death certificates. These professionals are already trusted members of care teams and in many cases are the ones who know the patient best, especially in rural areas or situations where time and access matter the most. 1082 cuts down on unnecessary delays, reduces burdens on grieving families, and makes government a little more efficient, all while preserving accuracy and accountability through training requirements and electronic registration. This isn't a political issue. It's about good governance. It's about listening to our medical professionals, and it's about compassion for Colorado families navigating end-of-life decisions. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say what a pleasure and honor it is to join my colleague from Loveland on this very important bill. We are making sure that families can get death certificates in a timely way, and that the folks who are taking care of their loved ones in their final moments are the ones that have control over that. APRNs and PAs now play a larger role in patient care, with nearly 1 in 3 patients receiving care from healthcare providers other than a physician between 2016 and 2022. Colorado law currently limits death certificate sign-offs to physicians or coroners. That causes some administrative strain, especially in rural areas, as my colleague mentioned. And so we are implementing this change so that the folks that are closest to care, who can be there, can make these, can execute these death certificates and sign off on them, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1082? Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsors. So somebody that is part of a funeral home, it is really hard sometimes to get a death certificate signed and you have a family waiting to bury or cremate their loved ones. There are some issues that we're still facing. We still have doctors that won't get on the EDR, and they're still trying to make us use paper death certificates, which causes a real strain, especially in rural Colorado. But I appreciate the bill sponsors for bringing this, because a lot of times families are left to sit and have to deal with this. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's some doctors that won't even sign a death certificate, and you have to kick it to your county coroner. And I know it seems like it's administrative, but the heart of this is what I get, and that's making sure that people are able to bury or cremate their loved ones in a timely fashion. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1082. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1082 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1080.
House Bill 1080 by Representatives Lukens and Soper, also Senator Henriksen, concerning measures to incentivize the deployment of wireless telephone infrastructure in the state.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1080, the Business Affairs and Labor Report, and the Finance Report.
To the Finance Report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we amended out the sales tax portion of this bill, which coincidentally also amended out the fiscal note of this bill. And we ask for a yes vote on the Finance Report.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Finance Report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor Report, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Business Affairs and Labor, we ran a strike blow to change the bill that came out of the Cell Phone Interim Committee, which had envisioned an incentive coming out of the high cost support mechanism fee. But instead, we completely changed that to creating a mechanism to where counties, school districts, and special districts can offer a property tax or business personal property tax incentive, should they choose to a telecom communications provider. So that would include both wireless and ground-based communications. And then we also added a sales tax piece in that we later amended out in Finance Committee.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Labor and Business Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Business and Labor report passes. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill that's changed quite a bit, but I will say we've continued to stay within incentives for wireless telephone infrastructure. We laid on the record back in the autumn during the last meeting of the Cell Phone Committee that we would work to achieve several goals. One of those was to have a meaningful incentive for being able to close the gaps for cell phone coverage within our state in unserved and underserved areas. The other goal was that we were going to get all the stakeholders to a support position and that we were going to not have a fiscal note. Well, I am pleased to tell you we achieved all three goals. All of our stakeholders are in full support. We have no fiscal note, and we have actually made a meaningful change to where if you're a local government and you want to have an incentive to be able to have a cell tower in a place or to have an equipment upgrade or to have that fiber in the ground that connects one tower to the other, you now have the tools in your possession to be able to say to a company, let's talk, let's negotiate, and it's up to the local governments if they want to offer an incentive and what that incentive looks like. I mean, they could offer something that's a 50% reduction, 100% over 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. It's however they want to negotiate over that specific deal. But here's the deal that we put in the bill. It has to be in unserved or underserved areas of the state. And we have a definition of that. So it's not like Denver could use this mechanism to just completely rebuild out their infrastructure. You have to be within the unserved or underserved areas. And hopefully in the future we can close some of these gaps throughout our state. And Representative Lukens and I, for the first time, maybe could have a phone call that's not disrupted by poor service.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill comes out of the Interim Cell Phone Connectivity Committee. This bill gives an additional tool in the toolbox for our local governments should they want to incentivize wireless providers to build in their areas, and this incentive is done via an optional property tax relief program. We ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1080.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1080. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Despite a meow over there, House Bill 1080 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 25077.
Senate Bill 77 by Senators Kippenrich, also Representatives Carter and Soper, concerning modifications to the Colorado Open Records Act.
Sponsors, would one of you like to talk? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to reject the State Civic and Military and Veteran Affairs Committee report. Oh, sorry. Okay.
That is an improper motion. Would you like to rephrase?
Yeah, I will rephrase. Sorry, I misspoke there. I move Senate Bill 77 and the State Civic, Military and Veteran Affairs report.
That is a proper motion to the committee report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask the committee to reject the State Civic, Military, and Veteran Affairs Committee report today. This was something that we had worked on with at least some of our coroners. Not all the coroners were on board with this, which we didn't realize at the time of the committee hearing. And really to solve kind of our problem, it's better to just reject the committee report at this point and to move forward.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with my co-prime. This was an attempt by us to continue the stakeholding process.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, that was an attempt by us to continue the stakeholding process. There are many organizations that we continue to stakehold with, and based on that stakeholding, we are rejecting the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it. The State Affairs Committee report fails. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. And for those who wonder where the French comes from, I'll explain that another time. There is a long history behind that. This is a Colorado Open Records Act cleanup bill, and it's one that started last year with a different bill. This is not that bill. I just want to lay that clearly on the record. We have definitely scaled back from where we were last year with the bill. It extends from 3 days to 5 days to be able to comply with an Open Records Act request. We are giving from 7 to 10 days for an extension for extenuating circumstances. Those truly are extenuating circumstances, like the courthouse burns down. The other element that we have in here is that entities must post the rules and policies of open records requests, both online and in a physical location where the entity is located. This is a brand new change so that Coloradans know what those policies are. And then if info is under the exclusive custody or control of someone who is not scheduled to work for that particular time, we also contemplate how we're handling that situation, because if someone is, for example, out of the country and they're the only one who has exclusive control or possession of a certain record, we aren't going to necessarily try to break into their email, certainly not without a warrant, and that contemplates that. We also specifically say the first hour is free. We're prohibiting certain student information that discloses the personal identifying information of the student from being disclosed in Cora. And for those of you who have children, you might say, wow, I didn't know that right now under Cora, you could actually ask for a student's student email, or you could ask for other personal identifying information about that student. And we're exempting that from being part of Cora because, quite frankly, I can't think of a good reason for why that would even be included here. And then I'll let my co-prime sponsor explain the rest of the bill.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be clear, Representative Soper and Senator Kipp have been working on this continuously for the last year to year and a half. The reason that I got on it was there is a carve-out and an extension actually to for school districts and entities to give more information on a timelier basis to news organizations, if that is the case. I think Mr. Representative Soper indicated that 3 to 5 days. That is actually going to be speedier in this bill, but it also gives some recognition to those entities that they need to, if an individual is out of town, another individual needs to sub in, it just gives more time and more detail if there's an issue with picking up that information, but it also has a specific carve out to get that information to specific news organizations or larger news organizations on a timelier basis.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a couple more of the component parts that are in the bill. If a public entity accepts payments by credit card or debit card, then they have to accept a core payment by those means as well. We've had some local governments that have been requiring it's cash in person or certified check in person. That just has a chilling effect on core. So we just want to say that if you accept credit cards, you need to accept it for everyone. And then if a request is made within 14 days of another request, then it's treated for billing purposes as the same request. And I will say for the extension piece, as many of you know, I serve on a special district board, a hospital board. And you also serve on a board as well. And what both of us can say is it's definitely difficult if everyone is doing their job to be able to immediately drop everything and comply with something that is very complex and perhaps includes medical records to where you have to have your attorney review that as well. It's definitely not as clean cut as some people may say. They may say you can just look up the record online. That's not the case. If it was that easy, everyone could look it up online. So this is one that still gives citizens access to public records, but also looks at it from a very practical point of view for our local governments to be able to actually comply in a timely manner, and would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 77? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My primary concern with this bill is on page 6 of the introduced version. It establishes 2 classes of people, and it establishes 2 sets of timelines for these requests to be fulfilled. Your average person, even people who are in the media space but do not fall under the category of mass media or news person, they are given the materials later than those who are defined as mass media and news person. That to me is problematic from both the Cora records keeper perspective and the Cora requester of the records perspective. When you think of it in terms of us as the records keeper, it's very clean to know that we have 3 days to respond to these requests, regardless of who sends it. That's the current standard. You have 3 days. If this bill were to pass, you would have to know, does this person fall under the exemption such that you have a longer time period or not? Now, we were told in committee that the need for the extended timeline was so that we as the records keepers had the necessary time in order to find all of the records. If that is the case, then we should have that extended time regardless of who is requesting the information. If that's not the case, and we are still able or subject to fulfilling those requests within this earlier time frame, then just make that earlier time frame applicable to all. When we fail to do that, I think we got into some equal protection issues, especially when the definition for mass medium is pretty outdated. It doesn't really reflect our current news environment because it contemplates traditional media venues, such as traditional newspapers, traditional television, cable stations. It doesn't contemplate podcasters. It doesn't contemplate independent news individuals. And so when we talk about that, we're not even treating the same class of people similarly. That's problematic from my standpoint. It's also problematic in terms of the stories that get out and who gets the opportunity to have that first cutting edge story. Who gets to be the one to break the big tale? should we have a situation wherein we are saying to this group of news entities that they are the preferred class, the preferred voices for relaying information that's happening in government? Or should we just treat everybody the same, such that if you submit the same request on the same day, you would receive the same information on the same day? It's very concerning to me that we are extending the timeline to begin with, but especially that we would extend the timeline only for some and leave others to wait. Thank you.
Colleagues, if we can keep our volume down just a little bit, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to reply to the question on why there's a different timeline for media versus...
Hold on a second, Representative Soper. Colleagues, if we can keep the volume down just a little bit, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just replying to the question that was asked up here, why we're keeping the same timeline as in current law for the media, then we're extending it for other requesters. That's because what we have heard is, and seen actually, I have seen it, when the media does make core requests, they're very specific, they're to the point, they cite the exact area of law. They definitely know what can and can't be requested, and as a very sophisticated user here, it just changes the ability to comply. Other requests take a lot to be able to understand what the request is actually asking for, really just trying to discern how that request looks. And oftentimes, the requester and the government entity don't really have a conversation that should take place, and I will just lay this on the record, that oftentimes citizens can get the information they want if they actually were to have a conversation with the government entity and explain what it is that they're trying to get, and that doesn't take Cora. So if you're asking for information like that, you don't have to file a Cora request. If the actor and the custodian knows exactly what you're after, you don't need to rely on Cora. That information can be given to you in a speedy manner as well. So I would just encourage citizens to really understand that they don't have to rely on Cora. Cora is more the strong arm that forces compliance. But a citizen can go ahead and ask in a nice manner and really get to what it is they're actually looking for from the custodian. And I will tell you 9 times out of 10, the custodian will be able to get that information in a much faster manner than otherwise.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say I appreciate the answer, but my question wasn't just as relates to the media, it's as relates to only a section of the media. We heard in committee certain media who said they would not fall under this definition and they would not be able to be privy to that expedited process. Moreover, if it is as relates to those sophisticated requests, then maybe we should include other sophisticated actors by the same standard, people like lawyers who make these requests regularly. And again, when we get down that, are we just going to continue to have a longer list as opposed to just saying we're going to satisfy these requests in the time that is equal to all?
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did sit in committee on this. I do understand actually the intent behind this. I think I understand the intent behind this, and I don't think it's bad, but I think the outcome hurts us long term. Again, and I don't think this is optics. I think this is truly how we are understood, and I think these things hinder our view in the public. When we're making it more difficult for people to have to Cora, and I don't like Cora. I don't think anybody in this room likes to be Cora'd. I don't like it, but I do think when we're elected, we have to know that that's part of the gig, and that that we need to make ourselves as accessible as possible. And so when you're coming to Cora type issues, I think we're supposed to be trying to be more transparent, more of a sunshine mentality as possible. And this is going the other direction. And it favors the media, which I don't like the media. So it just doesn't, I don't get this. It kind of seems to be the opposite. So yeah, I'm going to be against this because let's be more open, not less open.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 77. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 77 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 86.
Senate Bill 86 by Senators Frizzell and Doherty, also Representatives Basenecker and Hartsook, concerning protections for users of social media and in connection therewith establishing certain requirements for social media companies.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 86.
That is a proper motion to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L7 to Senate Bill 86 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L7 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment simply removes language from the provisions of the bill regarding the enforcement under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act regarding aiding and abetting. With the removal of this language, companies can be found to have committed a deceptive trade practice for knowing or reckless violations of the law, but not for aiding or abetting a violation. This comes at the request of stakeholders who had concerns about this piece of enforcement.
Colleagues, please keep our volume just a little bit lower while we come into the home stretch here. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 passes. To the bill. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L9 to Senate Bill 86 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment 9 has been properly displayed. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does a few things. It adds provisions to Section 6.1/1607 to ensure that social media companies have adequate time to evaluate whether a user has engaged in one or more of the specific activities prohibited by the policies and state law. Those activities specifically are illegal sales of illicit substances or firearms, sexual exploitation of minors, and sex trafficking of minors. The amendment now requires social media companies to evaluate reports of these illegal activities that are made by other users within 48 hours, and then for notifications that are determined to require further investigation or for all other detections of illegal activities by the company, it would require a 10-day period as well, in which case the user's access to and use of the platform must be suspended, including opening alternative accounts. The social media company, during that 10-day period, if they determine that a user has committed a violation, the user's account and access to the platform must be terminated. The amendment is, again, an attempt to be responsive to some of our tech friends and also the first floor in that regard. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment 009 passes. To the bill, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, what we have here, we're trying to get some guardrails around what is going on social media. Last year we had a bill that was very broad. This year the bill is very narrowly focused. You heard the amendments that just went through. And what we are saying, if it is illegal to do it out here on the streets, which is illegal drugs, illegal weapons, human trafficking, and illegal prostitution of kids, you can't do that out there, you can't do it on social media. And if you do it on social media, then you're going to get booted and we're coming after you with law enforcement. I want to be crystal clear. This is illegal activity that is already in statute. This bill changes nothing in statute. It neither adds nor deletes to statute. It simply says, if it's currently illegal, you can't do this stuff on social media, and we are going to hold them accountable for that. All of us, I'm sure, are aware, especially with the amount of drugs, the fentanyl that is being sold out there, social media has become the gateway avenue to attract and hook our youth. We've had massive increases in fentanyl deaths. We've had massive increases of illegal drugs going to our youth. We've had an increase of illegal activity in human trafficking. I ran a bill last year for human trafficking. We are seeing that uptake because the media companies and the criminals that are doing this illegal activity are targeting our youth because our youth are impressionable. And this is what we're trying to put the parameters about. We talked about this before in committee. I mean, back in the day, you went in the liquor store, the Playboys, the hustlers were in a paper wrap on a shelf behind the counter in a plastic bag. You could not access that without going through the sales clerk. But now on social media, you can access anything and everything. And our kids are being lured into that, into human trafficking. And that's wrong. That's what this bill is about. And we would request an aye vote.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my co-prime for working together on this important piece of bipartisan legislation.
Colleagues, we are getting very close to the end. If we can just keep our volume down so we can get there. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got about 30 minutes of remarks, and then I'll wrap it up. I just wanted to mention, quite frankly, one of the concerning things that I learned throughout this process is our children are the product in these social media platforms. These social media platforms make $11 billion a year off of children and teens, and candidly, I think we owe it to them to make sure that if a parent chooses to allow their child, or sometimes they might not even know that their child or teen is engaged in social media activity, that is an environment that is hopefully safe from the sale of illicit substances, from illegal firearms, and certainly from sextortion and sex trafficking as well. We think this is a very low bar for our social media companies to comply with to ensure that the policies they've already put in place are actually taking meaningful action to keep users, especially children and youth, safe. So we would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 86? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 86. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 86 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion, no objection. You've heard the motion, no objection. Rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1031 as amended, 1080 as amended, 1082 as amended, 1096 as amended, 1112 as amended, 1130 as amended, 1239 as amended, 1248 as amended, 1294 as amended, and 1301 passed on second reading, ordered and grossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bills 77 and 86 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third and final passage, and House Bill 1244 laid over until March 28, 2025.
Whew. Representative Camacho. Members, there are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1239.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment L5 to House Bill 1239 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1239 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, colleagues, this is an important thing. I think if there's nothing else we detract from the bill we were hearing as far as pushing all this off onto businesses for more litigation, I think the biggest, and I would say the smallest actually, thing that we can do to at least alleviate some of that is to take off this $5,000 fine per violation as far as these claims are concerned. This is the Committee of the Whole. This is the place where we do debate things. This is where I think we come to compromise on what simple things we can do to get by these bills to cause the least amount of problems coming out of our chamber. So I think this is one thing we can make a good compromise on to take care of our businesses rather than just giving it to them all together. I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The $5,000 fine, I just want to once again reiterate, this is for folks who have been found to be discriminating against a protected class, and you can get the fine or go to court and get damages. So for folks who have been discriminating, I think it is important that we have some accountability measures, and the fine is important to have as part of this bill. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Byrd, Bradfield, Ricks. Representative Foray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Foray votes no. Byrd is excused. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 40 no, and 6 excused, the Armagost Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Kelty Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1239.
Representative Kelty moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L12 to House Bill 1239 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1239 is amended passed.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Kelty Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an extremely important amendment, so much so that I felt that I needed to cow it. I believe that this amendment allows us to show, even with this bill, which I do disagree with, at least helps us show Colorado who here today supports businesses and who does not, in my opinion. It's not meant, the original bill, I'm sure is not meant to be a gotcha bill, but it's gonna be. And for new businesses that are just over inundated, oh my God, I can't say the word, inundated with so many regulations and having to weed through all the weeds that we throw at them, on a yearly basis. It allows them to have a grace period to at least be able to fix the things that they never intended on hurting or harming. And this gives them that grace period. You give everyone, everyone else through committees and bills, you always say giving them chances. Well, this gives businesses here in Colorado a chance to fix what they never intended on breaking or hurting or whatever. So our businesses, they want to stay in business, so they're not going to intentionally harm anyone. This allows them for us to show them that we understand that, and allow them to fix it. We owe it to businesses here in Colorado, especially after everything that we're throwing in their direction. I want you to think of your districts and the small businesses that are in them. The sponsors of the bill didn't vote for you. They didn't vote you into your positions. The businesses and constituents and the people who are in your districts did. They voted you in. Let's show them the support and the grace within your districts that you support them, and I believe they deserve it. Vote for your districts. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, we're asking for a no vote on this. There is already a reduced cap in the bill if you remedy the situation that caused the instance in the first place. I would also say that while well-intended, and I see like the 30-day cure piece as being well-intended, unfortunately, even the 30-day piece doesn't capture the fact that harm might have already been done, right? If there's a sign denying admittance to somebody based on any sort of demographics or characteristics, that harm has already happened. That is real. And so there is admittedly a need for recourse in that moment, even if somebody does fix the issue on some prescribed timeline. We would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Kelty Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ferre, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ferre votes no. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Byrd votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 39 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1239.
Representative Soper moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L11 to House Bill 1239 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1239 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Soper Amendment, or the only one actually, to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is one that says that you have to have 30 days before filing summons and complaint for the action that's aggrieved within the bill of a violation of someone's ADA rights under the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act. This is really an opportunity to cure what happened. And we actually just heard a bill, also during second reading, contemplating whistleblower protections. And in there was actually a cure provision as well. And this is not something new to the law. Having a cure provision even exists here in Denver. You have the opportunity with your own vehicle to have a cure time before it's towed. So there's many areas in law where we do consider a cure before we use the strong arm of the law. And that's all we're asking for in this amendment is the ability for that nonprofit or that business to be able to have a chance to write whatever is complained about before immediately having the parties go to the courts. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the same reason stated before, again, colleagues, if you remedy the issue, there is already a reduction that's contemplated in the bill that has been well negotiated with stakeholders. We would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ferre, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ferre votes no. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Byrd votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 40 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Caldwell amendment to the Committee of the, oh, sorry, Taggart. Please read the Taggart, I'm sorry, Representative. Soon. Please read the Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1239.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart Amendment L10 to House Bill 1239 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1239 is amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you, even though you skipped me.
I deserve that. It is all the more an honor to serve with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
This is one of those times where being later in the alphabet gets you in trouble because you've already heard a couple on the cure side. But let me talk about it from a business perspective, given that's my background. I will stress the two most important assets we have in companies are the people that work for us and the people that purchase our products and our services, our consumers. I also bring to your attention that in many cases we may own many properties across this country and across the world in some cases, as I did. In that particular case, we may have a situation where we have purchased a company or purchased buildings that may not be totally ADA compliant. That happens. Laws change over a period of time. And we're not infallible as business owners and leaders. If there is a situation that occurs by way of a mistake, I think we're also owed the opportunity, the trust to correct it. And all this amendment does is schedule out, as it's scheduled out on the court proceeding, that we need to correct that within 30 days. And if we can't correct it because it's a more substantial change to a building, that we owe the courtesy to that individual that it's going to take a little bit longer than 30 days. Folks, we are not evil people that own businesses and run businesses. We are not evil people. We care deeply about the people that work for us, and if we don't, we're not in business for very long. And if we mistreat consumers, there's this thing called social media today that will take us to task in about 2 seconds flat. Give us the courtesy to work with these people and cure the situation before we just go directly to litigation. That's not how the world should work. We all should be given the opportunity to correct a mistake on behalf of another individual. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always urge an aye vote. All I ask my colleagues in this building is to listen to the good representative from Grand Junction. I think real-world experience matters. This is somebody who has ran very successful businesses and corporations, and a lot of times in this building, we talk about what we're experts at, but a lot of times we don't admit that we're not experts at some things, and I think that man is an expert when it comes to the business world. That's why he's trusted on JBC. I think it's important that we listen to him on this. This is something that he is an expert on, and I just ask that you think about that before you push the button. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I am urging a no vote, and it is because when people are harmed, they deserve the opportunity to be made whole. I want to talk about the two protected classes that this applies to. It applies to all protected classes, but for folks with disabilities, in this bill, it already states that they request access and are denied. So there is already opportunity to fix the problem. And when that is not corrected and somebody is harmed, they deserve the ability to be made whole and to seek remedies. But this applies to other protected classes as well. If somebody is denied access, for example, based on their race, which we have seen in northern Colorado, there are people who grew up with signs that said no Mexicans or dogs allowed. And if that business owner took that sign down because they were threatened with a lawsuit, that doesn't change the harm to the community and the pain that they had to experience. And they still deserve the ability to be made whole. That discrimination still occurred. This bill already has an administrative process that folks have to go through. It also already has a damage cap that will apply if somebody does remedy the problem. So we have contemplated these issues already. We have discussed with the business community, and I think that we have a well-rounded bill before you that works for all the interested parties. I urge a no vote.
Representative Kelty? Representative Taggart? This is your
Thank you.
This is your amendment. You have moved it. You have 6 minutes and 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, there is nothing in this bill that talks about an administrative cure. Nothing whatsoever. And I've read it too many times to be told that there's something in here for a cure. I am strictly asking if an individual notifies us that there is a problem with the facility, a problem that doesn't meet their needs from a disability standpoint, we acknowledge it. We don't ignore it. If we ignore it, we can go to the process that you have spelled out. But if we acknowledge it and say we can correct that, we want to correct that, but you got to give us a little bit of time to, in fact, correct that. The administration is not spelled out in this bill. It goes directly to litigation. So all we're asking is to add that. And I don't think that's a very big ask in the sense that we want to rectify it. We don't want to leave it alone.
Representative Armagost?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to agree with my colleague. This is definitely the ability, we're not getting to the idea where there's somebody that is deliberately discriminated against. We're talking about the vast majority of cases where it could be something as simple as political signage or something where somebody feels like they're offended or discriminated against because they don't align with a person, and then it immediately goes to litigation. This is something where it's easily weaponized toward a business, toward an entity, toward a corporation, toward anything that they feel like they want to cause harm to because of a difference of opinion, which is a day and age that we live in right now. This is something that we have to put some sort of guardrails on, and this does that. There has to be a ability to remedy something rather than just go directly to litigation where somebody can easily get offended and want to put somebody out of business. This gives them every tool in the toolbox to do it. That's unacceptable, and we need to vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ferre, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ferre votes no. Representative Byrd is excused. Morrow is excused. Representative Byrd, How do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Byrd votes yes. Please close the machine. With 28 aye, 31 no, 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Now, Representative Caldwell. Mr. Shebel, please read the Caldwell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1301.
Representative Caldwell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Caldwell Amendment L1 to House Bill 1301 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1301 is amended passed.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Caldwell Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a good bill. It was 10-0 out of committee. That's obviously, there's bipartisan support. We're just asking that you move it from a safety clause to a petition clause. It's funny because I wanted to get the exact wording of a safety clause, so I opened my filing cabinet and grabbed a random bill, looked at the bill, and the bill, I was like, well, this isn't something that should have a safety clause. I opened it, and guess what? It had a safety clause. So I have the language here, and it says that this is for the preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of the departments. I mean, we're talking about a department that already has the appropriations for this, and whether it's a petition or safety, it's not going to change it. Again, and you hear my colleagues on my side of the aisle talk about this all the time. We're just throwing safety clauses on everything. I further did, this is not scientific, I grabbed 5 random bills out of my file cabinet, and none of them I felt were emergencies, and every single one had a safety clause. So this bill, again, I was already a little disappointed that this bill wasn't a bipartisan bill. It does not have any Republicans on it, on the House side or the Senate side, and it's not a controversial bill, it's a reasonable bill. I voted yes on it, so we're asking for just this small compromise, if you will, to change it to a petition clause because it's not needed to be a safety clause. And if the argument is funding, I'd just like to see numbers on how much money it will be saved between switching it from a safety to a petition clause. So I urge an aye on this. Thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose this amendment, and I would just say it's not a matter of fiscal cost to the state. This is a matter of operational cost to the courts. All we are doing is allowing the individuals who are voice recorder technicians to be able to administer an oath. That is not something that the voters of Colorado need to weigh in on, because I think it is non-controversial, and the purpose of a safety clause would be when we need the citizens to weigh in on an issue. Here, we need the citizens to be able to know they can have easy access to the courts with a process that now has been established. The court reporters came to us and said they did not originally include this in the bill because they didn't have the certifications back in 2021 when the first bill was passed. They've asked for us to include this because these people are now competent and they are functioning on our courts, except they cannot administer oaths, which is requiring our courts to take people in the courtroom in person and administer those oaths. So all we're asking is to allow these individuals to complete the job that they are doing by allowing them to administer an oath. That is not a controversial issue. I agree with my colleague. And it is something where the courts need that now so that they're not pulling staff away to simply administer an oath and having to have in-person personnel administer that oath. So we would ask you to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Caldwell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Foray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Foray votes no. Representative Byrd is excused. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, 5 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Byrd votes yes. Representative Foray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Foray votes yes. Representative there we go. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 19 no, and 4 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Members, I have an announcement on the House Committee for Business Affairs and Labor. Representative Clifford will replace Rep. Lindstedt. Representative Pascal will replace Representative Marshall for today only. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance Committee will be meeting on adjournment here to hear House Bills 1269 and 1268.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to introduce a shadow I've had today, Nina Anderson, who stayed with us all day today to see what it's like to be a legislator, and wanted to introduce her.
Representative Ricks.
Members, we're going to be meeting in room 112 for Business Affairs and Labor, and we're going to be hearing 3 bills today. We're going to be hearing, coal transition grants, it's SB 37, HB 1262, 1286, and 1249. See you there.
Apparently, I have an announcement too.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is always an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I don't think the microphone is working.
Oh, maybe I'm
He's
sitting
too
a little
tall.
tall with the platform.
Yeah. Members, we have a fun announcement for the day. You no doubtably have heard the good news, but coming to a theater near you, Sundance Film Festival has selected Colorado to be their new home.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just thank everyone for their hard work, their support, and dedication. This is really exciting. I feel like it's Christmas, and we just got the biggest present ever. So thank you.
There we go.
You want a present?
Members, I do have some business to tend to, but I think the Majority Leader wants to make an announcement about tomorrow morning, correct?
Correct. First, Madam Speaker, I will move to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, March 28, 2025. And members, we will be starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow instead of 9 o'clock tomorrow. So please set your calendars earlier. Thank you.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. We will be doing some business. Members, you are free to leave. Mr. Shebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1278 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1297 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Finance, and Senate Bill 85 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1214 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Finance, and House Bill 1275 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without
Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Governor.
Honorable members
Message
of
from the Governor will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1022 by Representatives Armagost and Leader, concerning the designation of May 2025 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month.
House Joint Resolution 1022 will be laid over one day under House rules.
Senate Joint Resolution 14 by Senators Rich and Doherty, also Representatives Puglisi and Jackson, concerning the recognition of Single Parent Day.
Senate Joint Resolution 14 will be laid over one day under House rules. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House, no, I'm sorry. Let me get it together here. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Friday, March 28th at 8 a.m.
The House is adjourned until tomorrow at 8 a.m.